Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say hello, friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A lovely Tuesday here. A Tuesday is not a day for teaching. It's a day for hanging out with all you fine folks. I am looking forward to just the same. I hope you are also looking forward to a day of gaming, a day of conversation, a day of this, that, and the other thing. As surprisingly, really surprisingly, today we're playing Crusader Kings 3, a little game we love so much, a little game there are so many achievements in to accomplish, a little game that I feel very comfortable in. I know many of you enjoy a lot, so looking forward to that for sure. First things first, though, as always, make some hellos of people who have said hi in chat. We want to be a good host. Can you imagine someone coming into your home and saying hello and you ignore them and start talking about something else? Absolutely terrible. Can't do that, of course, so quick hellos, and then we'll get to the game for sure. So, number one, first person here, Hit People Guy, welcome, welcome. How's it going, Unnamed Comet? Jim, hello, my friend. Welcome to you today, Steve. How is it going, Jim? Welcome today, George and Fernanthus. Hello, Aaron Mithrin, Fuhart, welcome. Fighting Eliri, boom, good seeing you, my friend. Marks, good evening. Hello, Carcinogen. Hello, Tiger Burning. Hello, God Pharaoh. Hello, Shepherd. Hello, Van. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Old Beard, what's up? Hey, oh, hey, bro. That's right, I'm a bro. Oh, what's that song? This is not directed towards you, Old Beard. It's just a memory stirs. Let's see here. I'm not your bro. Don't say it. Don't you pretend that I'm your bro. I have no idea what this song is or who it's by or when it came out, but that song came to mind. I think that's part of my youth, possibly. It was my early rap phase that included Vanilla Ice, MC Hammer, and was it DC Talk? I think DC Talk was vaguely rap by Christian people. Did it down with the DC Talk? I don't know. Anyway, hello. Don't you worry, you can be my bro. That's good to good. Right up front, I want to make a quick comment. Yesterday, I made some jokes that some of you found uncomfortable, jokes about my own mental health and may have been trivializing an important topic. So I just want to say I'm sorry if I made the stream less than great yesterday. For at least some people, I'd like to move past it. It's not a huge thing on my end, and hope not on your end. Whichever way, though, I am sorry for not being sensitive about a topic that for many of us is a big deal. So sorry. All right, very good. Number two, friends, unfortunately, we're abandoning yet another game. Yet another game is going back on the shelf. I like Suzerain a lot. Oh, I like that the comment pops up at the exact same time I'm talking about it. So I like Suzerain a lot. It was a really fun game in some measure, but it was a game with almost no chat interaction at all. It was a game that led to dead silence in the chat room for very, very long periods, and I tend to take that as a sign that at least some people are a little bit less into it than usual. So it's a cool game, though. It's a cool game with a lot of interesting characters. It's a game that's I enjoy the feeling of being in control in this second-hand kind of way. You read these stories and you choose an option of the best you can do as your presidential character, and I don't know. I don't know. It's a great game. Someone on Discord say it's one of the greatest games of the past 10 years, and I think I agree. Nice, you really liked it. Oh, see, this is a hard thing. Maybe it's a great game for our very heavily lurky channel in general. I just don't know. I don't know. Numbers were fine, of course, but I guess we can run a poll real quick. We can run a poll and see, would you all like more Suzerain? Have I lied by saying today we'll play CK3? Well, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty loose about it. I don't know. We could do like Suzerain Sunday, I suppose, and increasingly break up what our stream is each day. I don't know. Hello, Aaron Mithrin. Oh, I didn't say hi to you, did I? Or maybe I did. I have no idea. I'm so bad at the hello portion. Who's my dress shirt supplier? Number one, I'm wearing short sleeve shirts today because it's actually getting cooler here. I don't know why I'm doing this, but yeah. I hate to admit this. This feels pretty not great to say. But I am outfitted by Uniqlo, I don't know, like Walmart of Japan. It's relatively inexpensive clothing that basically everyone wears. UINQLO. I think you probably know it. You've been here before. I remember now. But yes, it is not. They say the camera modifies the person. I think the camera makes my shirts look much nicer than they in fact are. But yeah. I think at some point I would like to get some nicer clothing. But yeah, thank you for the kind comment. Thank you for saying that you like how I dress, because I try my best. I always want to like acquire more things to show you all, but for right now, this is what it is. Thank you, Erd Mithranel, for the very nice words, of course. What do we got here? Slivers, good seeing you, Slivers. You can't watch that game, Suzerain. Actively dislike it. Too emotionally taxing. Wow. So I wonder if some of this is due to proximity to elections happening in the US right now, which I know does raise certain political tensions or worries for people. Absolutely appropriate, of course. And the game is about a certain kind of politics. And so I can see why it'd be kind of stressful. The game definitely made me feel feelings about family, feel feelings about the difficulty of making hard decisions and so on. Both in terms of individual action and the action of a country, etc. But I absolutely understand why some people wouldn't enjoy the game quite so much. It's one of these balances. I know I'll never make everyone happy, but I want to make the core happy, darn it. That's how it goes. When will I get a sponsorship from a direct-to-consumer men's clothing companies? I don't know how to ask for sponsorships. I know how to ask for game sponsorships, right? If someone sends me an email and says, "Hi, Resorty, we'd like you to play this game you've never heard of before, and we're a big old company," I'll then occasionally send an email back that says, "Cool, you're a big old company, you're not a little indie, happy to play your game for X amount of money if you're interested." I know how to make that ask, but anything outside of the game's realm, I just don't know. Partially because I'm not sure we're big enough to matter. Right? If I got on here and said, my clothing is provided by XYZ company, which I think often, was it the Wheel of Fortune? One of these American TV shows would always end by saying, Pat Sajak's clothing is provided by. I don't know. But of course, tens of thousands, 100,000 people watch that, where I don't know. I don't know. Like, on the one hand, the worst they can say is no. On the other hand, that would be sad. And so we avoid sad things. Send them data and demographics with a good clothing pun. Like, it'd be a good fit. I mean, I need to hire you all as my brand managers. Maybe on the Wheel of Storytime, we have, let's do brand management together, and we can all decide what would be best for the stream in some important way. I don't know. This is the side of the stream I know nothing about and I actively ignore. I get emails regularly from people who say like, "Hey man, I saw your YouTube channel. Hey man, you're not doing enough to blah 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 SEO, blah blah blah, money." And every time I write back saying, "Thank you for writing to me. Thank you for caring about my channel, but no. I'm good, thank you." And I know some of these are scams, right? Out and out scams sometimes, but they're kind of email I just don't know what to do with. So that's how it goes for sure. It's how it goes. Money, yum, yum, yum. Absolutely. It's delicious. With it, I can buy things like yesterday's pizza. Yeah, if you missed this, possibly avert your eyes. If you missed this, that was dinner 2 nights ago. Japanese pizza, yum, yum, yum. Behold, look into the eye of the beast. Yeah. All right, very good. You'd eat the heck out of it. I mean, I ate some of it. It is just a very, very strange pizza. Very, very strange. Aaron Mithrin says, knowing Resorty shops Uniqlo makes you want more Uniqlo. The reason I shop Uniqlo is because that's the store that Noms likes going to, because she likes looking at their clearance rack. There's nothing more seductive to Noms than 30% off. She's definitely the kind of shopper who will buy things she wouldn't otherwise buy because they're on sale. And so when she says, Resorty, I want to go shopping at the Uniqlo, instead of doing the standard Resorty thing and like sitting outside and doing the cell phone nonsense, I go and look for shirts. So there you go. Uniqlo for no particular reason. It's how it goes. It's how it goes. Do I struggle to find well-fitting clothing for me in Japan? Some age I do. I actually can't buy clothes at the local Uniqlo because they sell up to size large usually, or possibly even extra large. And I am the extra large size for the American market. I wear large or extra large American, and in Japan, this is embarrassing to say, it is the border between 3XL and 4XL. So I'm able to identify clothing on the rack that I might want, and then I buy it online. And it comes in, and I always try it on, and no matter what it fits like, as long as I can close the buttons, I say, looks good to me. And Noms always wants me to be a little more discriminating in my fashion, but I've made it to age 41 like this, it's probably gonna stay this way. Your wife has the same issues because she's 5'10". Yeah, anyone who does not match the shape of ordinary Japanese folks, whatever that means, has some trouble finding clothes here. So women who are taller, women who are a little wider, have to do some work to find it often. That's how it goes, though. How it goes. Charles, so the airline lost your luggage going to Japan. You went to the store and bought size XXL. When you got back, like Hulk Hogan bursting out a shirt. Absolutely. The sizing here is so different from the U.S. because, on the whole, the people who live here are so different from those who live in the U.S. It makes perfect sense. As an outsider and a differently shaped human, I would not immediately be able to get the perfect clothes. I've considered trying to get like tailored clothing. That would be one way to make sure it fits just right, but this is expensive, and at some level, I don't care. At some level, I just show up. I have covering on my naked parts, and that really is all you're gonna get. So I don't know. The rejection of the material, that's what I'm going to go with here. If I could find a potato sack to wear, I certainly would do so. All right, update on yesterday's story. Yesterday I told a story about running out of one of my medications, a story about not having sufficient of one med to get me through the next month, which is where the next doctor's appointment is. And I looked for the medicine, worrying I'd thrown it out. I thought perhaps I was taking double of the meds, very bad. And so I wrote to my psychiatrist and said, here is the situation. Would you mind checking your records? And he wrote back that yes, indeed, he had sent me only half of what I should have gotten. So, crisis averted. I did nothing wrong. The meds are on the way. It is fine. Mission resolved. Good, you good. That said, I'd like to make an important note about this one. My psychiatrist can't do math even when he's not on stream, and they gave him a doctorate in the sciences. So maybe the difficulty of doing basic mathematics is not related to my studying humanities, but instead... That said, he was actually very apologetic. He said, I'm sorry to have worried you, I'm sorry to have confused you, etc. And, it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing for sure. So, I don't know. It's one of these situations where I worried more than I should have for genuinely no good reason. So I think in the future I need to do a better job of just not worrying, or reminding myself that it's not always the worst situation and could instead be the error of someone else instead. And that's fine, I suppose. all fine. Was I billed for the call? No, I was not billed for interacting with my psychiatrist. That said, it was such a Japanese thing. So the psychiatrist said, "Hey, Resorty, I'm going to send you this, okay?" And I wrote back saying, "Absolutely okay. I do not mind. I do not mind receiving my new medication or the continuing medication I should have had." And then he wrote a note to his office manager, who is Japanese, saying, "Please go ahead and send Resorty this medication." Absolutely. And then the office manager wrote to me and said, "Are you all right paying for this medication?" And I wrote back saying, "Yes, of course I will pay for the medication." It all felt very stepwise in a way that's, very stepwise in a way that is profoundly Japanese. We must make sure every moment that everyone consents to what's happening, which I guess I appreciate. But the idea of receiving completely free meds, a little strange indeed. That's what life is, worrying endlessly, then realize you could have worried less. Yeah. I don't want to say I never learn, but if I can just remind myself of this moment right here, where I felt a little silly afterwards for worrying too much, maybe it'll be helpful next time. I do not know. I could double check deliveries in the future. Yeah, I absolutely could. I could absolutely say I should have X number of this prescription med for the next 2 months. I just need to do a little more work then and take responsibility for my healthcare. What? I don't know. Pneumatic Jam, it's good seeing you. You found Suzerain very frustrating to stream. Yeah, you said exhausting also. I find it exhausting because there's so much reading. The amount of active gameplay really is just let's now make a choice among these 3 buttons. I found that part super interesting, but to get to the choices in Suzerain, it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading, which I could absolutely do silently, where I'm playing it off stream. I'd have little voices in my head, but instead trying to voice act 10, 15 characters, switching between them and keeping things moving for stream is a bit of a challenge. So the game's on the shelf. I think I've decided that I'm okay with shelving games more. I don't want to feel obliged to finish anything. It is my stream, etc. But if all of you are sufficiently engaged in a game that you want me to go back to it, I'm always happy to hear those kinds of comments. I don't want to entirely say that my decision to put a game on the shelf should be entirely for me. I don't know. Do you think Suzerain will end up being a free time game? I'd like to finish it, definitely. I feel like it's best played in longer chunks. I rarely have time off stream to play in really long chunks. So for example, my ongoing card game sim game, the card shop game, I will play for 1 in-game time at a day. I'll play for exactly how many hours? 13 hours or so in game, and then I will turn it off. That's what I can do off stream. So because of that, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll be able to get to Suzerain, or at least get into the right frame of mind for it. So it could be a game we'll play in the future on a Saturday. It could be a game that I could try to play on the other channel, in the middle of the night America time. I would like to play more of it, but maybe won't happen. Nobody has to read this stuff. You as the viewers can read on the screen. Can you imagine? This giant paragraph comes up and I say, "All right, friends, let's read off the screen and then discuss in 2 minutes." Though I do this in the classroom, I cannot imagine doing it on stream. It would be the strangest kind of stream. but why not? Why not? So we can try it once and see what happens. It's what I do in class, absolutely. This, though, is not class, right? This, though, is a place where people often listen in the background. People will often, have their tiny little screens where they can't see the words on it. I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely... It'd be an idea. I mean, I know there are streamers who do not speak, right? There's streamers with no webcam, no microphone, and sometimes they play games like that, which then obliges the viewer to read if they want to know the storyline. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not this kind of stream. This stream is always a let's read everything, which is always very surprising to people who are really well versed in the Paradox games, because the Paradox games do have a tremendous amount of words in them, often, the various storyline, and some people will just go ahead and click to click to whatever outcome gives the most points. But for me, the engagement with the story in these Paradox games, thinking about why we're doing what we're doing, is for me a lot of the enjoyment. So you'll always hear me read things out, but I don't know. Suzerain's one of these games that's very strange. Have I tried Baldur's Gate 3? No, I definitely played the older Baldur's Gates. Definitely played 1 and 2, love them. Baldur's Gate 3 is a game I would like to play, but I don't really have time for it. It goes on the shelf of maybe someday games. Maybe we'll get to it eventually. I think to play it on stream would require, I don't know, a week or two probably. And it's the kind of game that for me doesn't stream terribly well, because it requires people to be in it consistently, or in the stream consistently, to understand what's happening with the characters. Story-based games have often been hard for me. There's a core who is here from like first moment to last moment, who would fully understand the story. Other people would come in like, hey Resorty, what's the story? And I have to come up with a way of talking about it, so I don't know. Child's Play the game would actually take about 4 or 5 weeks. Oh man, that's a little bit too much investment for this channel. Maybe in my old age, when I can't strategize effectively anymore, this will become a story-based stream, and we'll spend weeks and months going through story games that I've missed in the past years. It's possible. Who knows? I'd like to believe that streaming will still exist in 40 years. Will it? Who knows? Everything passes, but hopefully this does not. We'll see. Solvable, you occasionally would stream to your wife at long distance, no microphone to the stream, and instead do it on a call. That's very, very sweet. That's very, very sweet to have a way of interacting at distance with someone you care about, but you'd ultimately end up having many viewers, 6 viewers at the same time. Yeah, I mean, some people just want to hear game music in the background. Some people just want to, have a little company, which I love. And they find it with different modes of engaging. Some people really like chatting, some people like hanging out, and all the rest. But no, we'll probably not be doing Baldur's Gate 3 anytime soon, though, again, it does appeal to me in a big way. Friends, first ad break is coming. We've been live for 23 minutes of talk time so far. We have, I don't know, at most 44 minutes of talk time left. So, it is time for the most exciting part of stream. My friends, it is the Wheel of Stories. You know it, I know it, we all love it. Let's see what we get today. Spin ye beauty, spin. A story, a game, a giveaway, a random weird game time. All right, this is the part where we play global or some other game. Friends, is there a small, silly game you want to see? What was that one we played a while back ago about like films or like video game art game? Video game. There we go. Guess the game. Your daily video game guessing game. We have 6 guesses to determine what game this is. I'll be ignoring chat as usual. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it's fun, maybe it's not. So we'll see. What we know right now is some kind of like stone floor, maybe, and then crossed T's. Not a good grouting job. Needs better grout, of course. So maybe this is a game in which one does grouting. So that'd be like Tyler Simulator 2023. There is no tiling simulation game, unfortunately. Someone should make it. Maybe like Handyman Simulator? Is there such a thing? There's no Handyman game. I'm really missing out. All right. I mean, honestly, we're just doing any guess right now to get more information about this game. So we're gonna say this game is Deus Ex, just because I like that game, the old one. What do you say? It is not that. All right, we're seeing more of the world now, including some fun sparklies. So it's a magic game of some sort. It feels like a factory though, a factory plus magic. I only know one game like that. It's that old Arcanum game, maybe? We also see it's a Metacritic score of 76. So I was thinking immediately it might be some kind of Zelda game, because there's often like temples you have to go through and magic also. But I believe the Zelda games in general have very, very high scores. And so it's probably not that. So magic game, I'm gonna put like Magica in. I know it's not that, but it's a really fun game. I really enjoyed Magica. You get to like combine different kinds of spells to solve problems and mostly to kill enemies. It's a fun one though. Isn't this Canvas Street? Then these people are, all right, it's on PC, mobile, and PS5. So it looks like it might be an anime kind of game. It might be a game that's anime-esque. My wife has just purchased Persona 5, which I believe is an anime kind of game. So I'm gonna guess that one simply because Noms now owns it. That's incorrect. We have 3 incorrect answers. Here we are now. It's an action RPG with a robot named the Tin Master. This person has grayish hair. Is this Fire Emblem? The one in the school. So I've played 2 Fire Emblems. One the very old one, and one a more recent one. What on earth was it called? 3 Houses, maybe? I think it was Fire Emblem 3 Houses that I played. What do you say? Wrong, you fool! Okay, so we now see, it came out in 2024, recency, here we go. There are monsters crawling about that have targeting. The character that one is playing as has the word numbers 1, 2, 3, Goa Bia, or Goa before. Oh, I go before like that. They have white hair. They have a samurai blade. Well, we've reached the limitations of my knowledge. At this point, it really is just throwing out random things. Now, I saw it came out on mobile, and I know my students really like this one game that's kind of samurai-y anime. I think it's called Genshin Impact. I have no idea what kind of game this is, except that it's anime-esque and came out fairly recently. It is not that. We are with pure wrongness, pure incorrectness. Okay, now we have a video. It's made by MiHoYo Company Limited. One is running around and shooting things. One is going to objectives. It is definitely Japanese. There's no way we're getting this. I mean, the combo here looks really cool. You're fighting multiple enemies quickly. But no, this is definitely beyond my ken, as the phrase has it. So, what is a game I even have heard of? I mean, there's the game like Persona that many of you recommended. Is it called like Majesty or something? Kingdom? Royalty? Oh boy. Democracy Manifest. I don't know. Many of you know, so I'm going to go and guess, and then you all are going to say, Resorty, you fool. Obviously this was, and we'll all feel okay then. So I know it's not the game Democracy, because that's like a politics game. The game Democracy does not even exist. Maybe this game is what's known as, what's the anime version of Crusader Kings 3? I got no idea. I'm going to look at chat, and the very first name I see I'm putting in. It's called Despair. It's called Despair. That's not the actual game. You're saying I should despair, but it's Earth Defense 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair. That's what I say. Oh no, I was wrong. It was Zenless Zone Zero. Friends, Zenless Zone Zero. Didn't you know that? All right, some of you actually did guess this one. Some of you did indeed guess this one. Well done, well done, well done. It may be from the same dev. It's from the same devs as Genshin Impact. Okay, so it was in the realm of things my students play. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised they're playing it right now. I'll need to go in and ask my students on Wednesday if they're playing Zenless Zone Zero. Again, I've never heard of this. You'd not have guessed this with a million guesses. Totally, I've never heard of it. What fun though. We've learned about a game we didn't know before. What a good time. What a good time. Excellent work, Wheel of Storytime. Let's get back to you and see what else we get. Spin, spin, spin. My students will laugh at me and say I'm old. No, they love me. My students are all about me. At this point, I think they think of class as friendly Uncle Resorty's story time, which it is, but it's also a real class, and I need them to take notes and study. They don't like that part, but they do indeed like it when I tell stories and we talk about ideas. All right, word of the day, my friends. I have 3 tabs of word of the day open. The word of the day is disbursement. Any accountants out there and any paymasters? Disbursement, here we go. A disbursement is a payout of money from a fund that's been created for a special purpose. Disbursement can also refer to the money that is paid out. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Japanese elections. They happened a couple days ago. The hilarious story first. The fellow who makes Metal Gear, Hideo Kojima, posted on his Twitter account that he had just voted, and many of the responses are you're not an American, you can't vote, or make sure you voted for candidate X. I enjoyed that very much. You fools. Number 2, though, there's a bit of a scandal in the major party right now. A scandal in the major party called the LDP, in which it seems that some ministers were using their office slush funds, which we use for disbursements to keep the office running and small disbursements to the community. They were using it to line their own pockets in various ways. And so the major party, the LDP, has not successfully put together a ruling coalition this time around. Which is to say, the new prime minister, who was brought in only a month ago, may not be the prime minister for very long in order to get a new coalition government today, or at least a coalition that will vote for the prime minister. They may need to replace the prime minister, which is so sad because, as you recall, the current prime minister is really into trains, is really into idol culture, and dressed up as that what was he? Dressed up as that one anime character that you all like. So we'll see. We'll see if he holds on to it, but I found him a delightful prime minister entirely because of his interest as a pro. He's also into like military models, right? He's the one who, when heads of state visit, he will give them models of military vehicles from their country that he's made himself, which is just delightful. Anyway, disbursements cause some problems in the Japanese government right now. You thought I'm not supposed to talk about Japanese politics. I'm not supposed to have opinions about opinions about Japanese politics. I'm just reporting the facts as they are and saying I like the prime minister for reasons that are non-political. Anyway, here's an example. The company has made large disbursements for research. And then, in context, a story from 2024, constructing and reserving White Stadium for the benefit of Boston Public Schools student athletes was more due to the interpretation of the fund's board of trustees, which, per the will, are in charge of the control and management of said fund and the disbursement of its income, the source said. So, I think, and not to be like ungrateful, not to be ungrateful here. This is very, very long in context for a word that you're trying to teach. I see like it does do the work it's supposed to, but if I were learning the word for the first time, I might be a little confused. Anyway, now we're going to learn about the etymology. The one obvious connection is between disbursement and bursar, a person who's in charge of the money at a university and other places too. And I suddenly wonder, this just clicked to mind, the person who is in charge of some element of the airplanes is called the purser. The purser. And I have no idea if bursar and purser share an etymology. And I'm not sure it's only on airplanes, or it might also be on ships. Anyway, let's see what we learn. Disbursement was minted in English, minted, I love that, minted in English in the late 16th century by melding the noun suffix meant with the verb disburse, which in turn comes from medieval Latin word bursa, meaning money bag. Two things, I'm guessing that bursa and purse are closely related. Number two, aren't like sacks of fluid on one's joints called bursa? I think that's right. I wonder what the connection between those two words are. They're both bags of a certain sort, but interesting. During the 16th and 17th centuries, disburse, and disperse were deposited, in the English language bank, as the synonyms of disburse. Deburse and depurse were also used respectively to form disbursement and disbursement, but these synonyms of disburse and disbursement all quickly declined in value, and were never redeemed, So, it is the case that whoever wrote this thing had a very fun time trying to put in as many money-based puns in a little story about money. That's great. Test your vocabulary. What word from bursa, meaning money bag, refers to the inflammation of a pouch with fluid that sits between a tendon and a bone in a shoulder or elbow? Bursitis? I think bursitis is the answer there. The answer is bursitis! Woo! Good job, team. Good job, team. We all got it together. Inflammation of a bursa, and indeed, a bursa is a bodily pouch. So both a money bag, Latin, and a fluid-filled sack. I wonder how that happened. Is that usage of bursa from Latin times? Or is it a more recent development? Anyway, that is fascinating. I do briefly want to see what a purser does, and if it's on both airplanes as well as on ships. An officer on a ship who keeps accounts, especially the head steward of a passenger vessel. Okay, so I think often on international flights, in the introductions, they'll say, this is your captain speaking. Your captain is always, not always, but regularly it's some name that sounds right out of a World War II airplane movie. Always. They say, your captain is, your aircraft, what are they called now? Flight attendants are led by purser so-and-so. So I'm guessing purser is the word used on international flights for the head of the flight attendant. There you go. There you go, team. We've learned things today. Purser is used less and less. Probably this is the nautical period. Not much going on. A little dip, and then airplanes. Who knows? All right, good to know, though. Words understood. let's go ahead and do at least one more spin of the day. I'm hoping for the giveaway. There's a giveaway on here. It's been on there for about a week now. Chat, how you doing, chat? Chat, how you doing? If you want to scale of 1 to 10, if you want to, what's going on in your lives, tell me a story, yonder chatty man. Tell me a story tonight. We're all in the mood for some narrative, and you've got me feeling all right. Done, did-a-done, did-a-done. Getting some tasty curry. I am profoundly envious. It is a breakfast time, of course, 9 a.m. here, so curry feels inappropriate, but I do miss certain kinds of Thai curry especially. Definitely. All right, beyond that, Mac Jam says your mother called you a fluid-filled sack. I suppose we all are that. That's one way of thinking about it, absolutely. New medicine that causes Stevens-Johnson syndrome. What is Stevens-Johnson syndrome? God Pharaoh. I hope it's nothing terribly serious. Good luck to you on new medications. Always tough for sure. So you learned Hayao Nakayama has cool hair. I don't know who that is. Finishing organizing your 25th elementary school reunion. Elementary school reunion. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hey Salah, good seeing you. I don't know if I can give the full name of anyone I went to elementary school with except one person. That's amazing that you have connections with people from that far back. For those of you who are not Americans, I assume you're American here, this is like age 5 or 6 to age 10 or 11. That's really amazing, Baldwin. I hope it goes well. When I think of people I went to high school with or college with, I can imagine the arc of their life because they're on the border of being adults. I can see certain trends in some of them, and some I speak with still, but I can't think of what it would be to meet someone from elementary school. It would be almost blank canvas. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I hope it goes well. That's a surprising story. Seems very cool, and yeah, good luck to you. Good luck to you. Part of it might be I don't live in my hometown. I suspect if I lived in my hometown, I would still have some connections with people who I grew up with. But unfortunately, I don't, and so I don't, and that's how it goes. What else we got? You broke a speed puzzling record in 500-piece puzzles. Well done. How long does it take to put together a 500-piece puzzle? It's amazing. Dentist tomorrow. Good luck, George. I know you've been doing some dental problems for a while. Hope it goes better soon. Applied to go back to school after 12 years. ANRAC, good luck. I hope you enjoy your studies. And that's really exciting. I'm glad that you decided it's the right time for you to do this kind of thing. Obviously hard, but very cool. Who else we got here? A favorite artist announced a world tour with actual Latin American dates. So in 20 days, you have to play buying tickets off a website. Absolutely. My favorite game too. Hopefully enjoy the concert. Absolutely. A wonderful time. Captain OB, editing your first YouTube video. Want to live stream someday. Aspiring artist. You work with wood. I mean, good luck. Good luck. That's really exciting. I think there's always an interest in people creating things in both streaming as well as YouTube. I think YouTube is probably better for creations, especially ones that take a long time, because though people love seeing the movement from raw materials into a finished product, often, as you know, it's incredibly repetitive work. We have a friend of the channel who at one point streamed the making of certain clothing, and it was so cool to see the beginning and end, but they recognized full well that the process of making loop after loop after loop after loop was not exactly engaging content. But so cool. When you get your videos going, when you get your stream going, share it with us over on the Discord maybe. I'd love to see what you're making, for sure. All right, what else we got? You cut a fallen oak into firewood. Cool. I hope you got to use some of it. I love the taking of the thing that has fallen and making it productive for sure. Very cool. What else we got here? Been playing with your heritage for the past month. 3 generations back plus 13 generations going to the medieval ages. King of Autumn, are you the rightful heir of Charlemagne? I'm ready to press your claim. Right here, right now, I will declare that you should be the one who holds the Holy Roman Empire. Isn't the HRE rightfully held by a Habsburg right now? I believe I read about the Habsburgs at some point recently, and the things that the actual Habsburgs alive today are still doing. It's like charity stuff, but some of them are also involved in relatively ordinary jobs. It's just a family name, of course. This does remind me, though, for a while there, was it the King of the Netherlands, who's a trained pilot, would occasionally pilot, like, commercial airplanes? I think that's the case. I think that's the case. And so he would introduce himself over the loudspeaker by his personal name, as opposed to saying, "I am flying you. I am your king," which would be such a strange feeling. Anyway, I think it was the king of the Netherlands who did that, which is so cool. So cool, so cool. All right, what else we go? I think I missed some stories here. Tried KFC for the first time. That is amazing. KFC's pretty big here in Japan during Christmas. I'll take pictures for you, of course, and show you what that's all about, no doubt for sure. Also, we have jamming out to Epic the Musical. I don't know that one. I'm always interested in new musicals, so thank you for the recommendation. Epic the Musical, I'll remember for sure. And Klaus said it's pretty stressful in the US. Yeah, good luck, seriously. I hope everything works out. I know the majority of our community is US American, and so, I mean, I'm in sympathy with you, sincerely. And if you feel pretty bad about things, I hope you can come here and hang out and enjoy some relaxation. So that is the story time. Thank you all for your story time. I'm sure I missed some of you. I'm sorry if I did, but you all make this stream pretty cool for sure, and gosh, I appreciate that. All right, so let's do another spin of the wheel. We're keeping an eye on the clock. Don't worry, we'll play some video games pretty soon. We'll see. Oh boy. Friends, it is time to talk about the end of Saturday. The end of spending time with Noms on her birthday outing day. So, what do we say? The first part is that I took her to a museum, and I would like to show you this museum's website. Noms is always interested in trying new museums and checking out what kind of special exhibits are in town. Because of course Tokyo's a place with lots of museums. Tokyo's a place with lots of people who want to see new things. And so I took Noms to a museum that is very well regarded, both in the US and also around the world. And so this is this museum here, the Ota Memorial Museum of Art. If you're ever in Tokyo, it is so strongly encouraged. It's a relatively small museum, but apparently they are the holders of the world's largest collection of a certain kind of wood-printed art. And because wood-printed art, from the periods they have, are incredibly sensitive to light and to fading, they regularly rotate what's out, so nothing gets fully damaged over time. It's an absolutely wonderful place. The admission fee is about 1,000 yen, or it is 1,000 yen, which is about $7 now or something. And this is the current exhibition. It is entirely about the color blue in Japanese wood print art. And the exhibit starts from like the very early efforts to figure out ways to present blue in their woodcuts. Initially, it was a certain kind of dyed flowers, like they would crush up flowers that were blue-ish and put them into the wood prints, but this was water soluble and it faded very, very quickly. And then they worked on it more and more, trying to add add different kinds of substances. They were aware of the way to make dye via crushing lapis lazuli, which is crazily expensive. And then, of course, there was an innovation in Europe. Many of you already know the innovation, but when it came to Japan, it changed everything. And so, do they show here? Yes. These are ones that show the introduction of blue dye to Japan. Look at the bottom of the left one. Look at the incredibly deep blue that then gradually contrasts to lighter and lighter colors. These like profoundly blue colors, where previously the Japanese artists would have really vague water and sky that was often hued in a very light red or a very light purple. But woodcuts are amazing, right? These aren't paintings on the canvas. Instead, they're printings, they're pressings of different colors into different depths of ridges on a wood plate that are then pushed down. It's insane to think about. Absolutely insane. Now, the introduction that many of you know here is Prussian blue, right? The discovery of Prussian blue in whenever it happened came to Japan and gave their wood printers and artists in general the ability to do things they had never, ever, ever done before. And so all of these are at this museum, and the whole presentation is, what is blue looking like? And so yeah, here's an early pre-Prussian blue inclusion. And so you see, number one, there's not really any blue, and the sky they're showing here is greenish instead. The best they can do. Unfortunately, it's all they show here on this. Unfortunately, I can't say like, hey, come to Tokyo and see this. But the thing that I was most shocked by in this entire story, the thing that blew me away, I mean, obviously beautiful. As I said, at this museum, you have 30 to 45 seconds with each one of the pieces, and look at all the detail, right? Look at all the detail on each of these. Like, the thought that someone spends weeks preparing these, and then I see 30 seconds and on you go, is a little heartbreaking. I wanted to watch and look all the way through. Anyway, the thing I learned actually came from a didactic. I saw a word and another word next to each other and made a connection I have never, ever, ever made before. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Get ready for your mind to be blown. So Prussian blue is how it goes. New way of relatively inexpensively making a beautiful non-water soluble blue color. Very good for art and other industries. Prussian blue, though, is very close to prussic acid, and prussic acid can be made into a powerful poison, a powerful weapon. And you remember what that poison is? Prussian blue is very close to, I'll give you a second type, it's like pop quiz. It becomes, this part with no one typed is very awkward. Okay, fine. It's cyanide. Cyanide is very close to prussic acid and the rest. Hey, thank you for typing cyanide. Woo, got it still. All right. Now, here is the thing I saw for the first time ever in my life. Blue and cyan. Cyanide. I never noticed the cyan at the beginning of the word cyanide. It's referencing blue. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I just happened to see the word next to it. It blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. It's one of the cooler things I've ever noticed. That's amazing. That's amazing. Not saying that cyanide is good, but there you go. Words are cool. Words are cool indeed. So, a little bit of learning for y'all today. We like it a lot. That was the first thing to show you about our exciting time out. The second thing to show you is another photo about the other thing we did. The stream's over, ends on a high note. Yeah, boom, mic drop, see you tomorrow with more facts about words. Love it, love it. All right, so the last thing to show you is what we did later that evening. A thing that some of you know, things we've mentioned a little bit. My friends, we did this thing right here. Oh, you can see Noms. I didn't realize that until just now. You can see little Noms' face reflected in the iPad on the table there. We did karaoke! We did karaoke in a room where the lights flash along with the music, where you can order food, where you can order drinks, all the soda pop you want, as long as you stay and keep singing karaoke. And it was so nerve-wracking initially, because I am not a great streamer. That's that's the wrong word. I mean, that might be true. Sorry. Freudian slip. I'm not a great singer. I can do little bits here and there. If it's sufficiently deep, I can do it well enough. But especially for like tenor singing, it just falls apart quickly. And so we run into the falsetto and sound ridiculous, and that's fine. And so I was so nervous that it was going to be just very unpleasant. But no, after a brief second, Noms and I had so much fun with it. It was really, really, really cool. And we tried hard to decide what song to sing first, and we decided in homage to the place we are, we choose a song that is very, very popular in Japan. It has been for a long time. What's that song? John Denver's Country Roads, Take Me Home. This song is so popular in Japan with a certain generation, and so we sang it together as a duet, and that loosens us up so much, and it was really, really nice. Really, really nice. Why is karaoke so popular in East Asia? I don't know for sure, but I think part of it is Japanese culture in general is very buttoned up. It is very, conformist is part of it, but one of the key rules here is don't bother other people, and so you hold yourself back a lot. Karaoke, which usually happens in a small private booth, allows a person to go a little bigger, to have some fun, to just be silly in a way that doesn't tread on or trouble other people. It's rarely done with friends also, and so you can be silly with your friends and expressive with your friends in a way that often doesn't happen out in ordinary culture. Also, in Japan, I mentioned that you can have all the drinks you want to, soda pop. They also have a kind of nomi hodai, drink as much as you want to, that is alcohol. So you can order 2 hours of all the alcohol you want, and this tends to loosen people up in a big way. We just did soda pop and a tea, which is fun too, but yeah, it was a really, really, really nice time. It was really great. Why is Country Roads so popular here? I don't know for sure. Part of it, though, is there is a strong Japanese fascination with conceptions of American nature. The sense that American nature is so big and so open. And the song talks about that kind of experience of going to a place of peace and comfort that has the natural world around it. So a lot of my colleagues, when I came here first, immediately said to me, have you been to Yellowstone? Have you seen the bison of the West? And so there's a sense of the best of America is in its natural surroundings. So something like that I think is what's going on there, but it's been very popular for a long time. You can look into it. There's a very sweet recording of John Denver and a Japanese singer singing Country Roads together. The Japanese singer, of course, had a heavy Japanese accent, And so he sings it in a way that is not precise on the lyrics. And John Denver loves it. John Denver absolutely loves it, and smiles and bounces along. It's a really nice little video. There are translations of Country Roads into Japanese. They're not exact translations. I've considered learning it. I've also, so something that amazed me, let me say something I did not recognize amazingly good. I think I can learn Japanese by going to karaoke and trying to sing Japanese songs, because you can have them present the words on the screen in the simpler form of Japanese reading, in hiragana or katakana. And so often songs have really simple and really repetitive choruses especially. And because they need to maintain a certain kind of beat, they often don't jam in a ton of words. And so you can read along and pick out the words and get the ideas for what's happening on screen and so on. So I think I might do some of this. And spend more time with the karaoke room and learn at least one Japanese karaoke song, so when I eventually go out with my colleagues for a wild night of karaoke, I can impress them with a Japanese karaoke song. So I don't know, we did that for the first time. It's 2 thumbs up recommended. If you're ever in Japan and want to, honestly experience part of Japanese culture that feels different than the rest, I recommend trying it. It's a good time. You can turn off the weird lights. If you want to, you can just turn on a normal, bright LED light overhead. They'll make the room just like standard light, and there's various other kinds of lighting too. But it's really a good time. Some of you have already asked, how's the Wi-Fi in the karaoke room? I don't think I would ever do a karaoke stream unless Noms is willing to do it with me, because I think that would be really fun for some of you, and maybe even for me for a very short period of time. But the first moment that I would be told that, hey, you don't sing very well, it would just be not much fun anymore. I feel really embarrassed, and I know that would happen. Like, there's certain songs I can do and it sounds good, but not enough of them. So probably no karaoke stream, but you can imagine little snippets of songs I sing here and there. It's all good. All right, I believe that is it for the story of the day. I believe that's all we got. I do want to take one more turn of the wheel, but I don't know if we should. What do you think, team? Is it time to play Crusader Kings 3? Or is it time instead to spin the wheel more time? What do you want? Put some words in chat while I'm reading Exist's message. Learning by heart seems slow, but surprisingly effective. Back when we did Sanskrit, the teachers had you do didactic verses. Yeah, absolutely. So much of this, you know this, of course. Language teaching has tried to move away from rote engagement, just say the words over and over again, or write them over again, to instead like natural usage, engaging with people in conversation and trying to figure out what you want to talk about with words you half understand and so on. And I think there's still some place for just drilling in ways that are carefully constructed. So I have considered going upstairs one of these days and writing out all of the lyrics to Mrs. Green Apple's Que Sera Sera, my favorite Japanese song, probably the only one I know well, but that's how it goes. All right, looks like you all want one more wheel turn, except for one person. Sorry, Edda, don't worry. I swear this is the last one. I like the opening. I think the addition of the Wheel of Storytime is the best thing I've ever done on the stream. It's never gonna get tired and old. Hey, Dellerfin! Thank you for the 46 months subscribing. Or sorry, 48 months! 46, I can't read. 46 months subscribing. It's been good having you. Hope you're doing well. It's time for one more quick story, and then I swear we'll play some video games. Here we go. Okay. On the path home, the way home from work to our home, there's a number of ways to go. The most direct one is through a very narrow set of streets, on both sides of which are very small bars. The bars are often very crowded, starting about 6:30 or so. Noms and I usually head home from work at 7 p.m. or 10 p.m. or so, at the very latest. And so it's often pretty crowded at go home time, whatever that is. Usually though, the drunk people leave you alone. Usually the drunk folks is stay with themselves. It's fun. Like, and on the whole, Japanese drunks are not aggressive. Again, there's that kind of silliness, that kind of release and positivity on the whole. So yesterday, while walking along in the middle of this narrow streets, I saw a guy, and the guy was obviously really, really wasted, I suppose. He'd been having a time, and he was kind of just standing there. Kind of just stand in the middle with his drink and looking around a little bit. And then he saw me. Like, there were lots of people there, but he saw me. And I glanced at him, because he was in my way in some measure, and he locked eyes with me. And that was a weird moment. That was a weird moment. Because on the whole, Japanese folks do not make direct eye contact. On the whole, Japanese folks, again, leave other people alone. But we were going that way, and so I continued walking. I looked away from him, and then back towards him. Again, he's kind of in the way, and he's still locked on me. And he raises his hand, and I think he's waving at someone past me. So I glance from my shoulder. There's no one there. I think maybe he's waving to me. And so I raise my hand and wave a little bit, and his hand is still up as I get closer and closer. And I realize this very tall, very drunk Japanese man wants a high five from the tall white guy. What do you do when somebody wants a high five? You give them the high five. And so I walk closer and closer and closer, and his hand's there, and his eyes are kind of out, but our hands touch. And he grips my hand very, very slightly and says, "Thank you," in Japanese. And then he puts his hand down, and he walks over to the bar, and sits back down, and we keep on walking. And Noms turns to me immediately and says, "Why did you do that? Your hand is now so dirty." And I said, because the man wanted a high five. You know, in the second before it, I said to myself, well, here we go. Expecting something weird could happen, but it was just a high five. It was just a drunken man's high five. And honestly, I really liked it. It was a nice moment of being recognized as a human, like as something of fellow interest and personhood and so on, which often in Japan doesn't really happen, right? Again, we tend to ignore each other and avoid each other here. But it was a good feeling. It was a good feeling. And Nam said she would never do it. She would duck away entirely to avoid the person. And I do wonder, like, is this a kind of like, you know, big white guy privilege that I don't worry about these things? But I don't know. Did my hand collide with him, or did he give it a good slap? I didn't pull back. Yeah, so it was very much a. So there was a sound, but I didn't go for the because he didn't seem like he was in the mood for that. He seemed like he was instead, you know, just kind of there. So, I don't know. I don't know. Occasionally I feel like a novelty here. I've mentioned previously that occasionally I'll be walking through more rural areas, and children will run up to me and ask to take pictures with me. I don't know if they're just like thinking I'm a celebrity, or if it is like, look, a white person, let's take a photo. And so I don't know. It's weird, but yes, it was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. It's a nice moment I'll always remember. Maybe I'll see him in that street again and say hello this time, but it's a weird world. Anyway, team, like I said, no more suzerain. We're gonna go ahead and start play some video games. Wait, have I ever told you about pictures? The one time I mentioned it was after going to a baseball game. As we were leaving a baseball game, and in this giant collection of mostly Japanese people trying to leave, some kids who had to be, I don't know, I'm bad at kids' ages, but I assume 10 or 11 or 12, came up and like tapped me on the elbow or shoulders kind of area, and I turned and they held up the camera and said, "Kamera, kamera." And so I knew they wanted to do the camera. I thought they wanted me to take a picture of them. And so I reached for the camera, and they pulled away. They said, "No, you." And I said, okay. And so a little guy stood next to me and smiled real big, and his friend took a picture of us together. And later I asked a Japanese colleague about this, and they said, "It's probably just because you're a big white person." I thought, okay, sounds good. So this happens infrequently. I normally don't mention it because it's become just part of the texture of living here. But it is one of these weird things. So who knows? All right, friends, what we're gonna do today is play a little game called Crusader Kings 3. I'm guessing many of you have seen it before. It's a game we love very much. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what we're doing with it. Number one, I want to see if we've managed to, or if they've managed to fix a bug that is maddening. Fix a bug that is so frustrating that ruined our last playthrough. If they have fixed it, we'll go and play that playthrough a little bit more. If they haven't fixed it, we'll start some other playthrough, I suspect. So, to the CK3 directory. Hey, Jamabama! Jamabama! Whichever way, thanks for that resub. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very kind indeed. Don't know about the Hanshin Tigers and the Curse of the Colonel. Absolutely. The Tigers have managed to kick that curse in the same way the Cubs kicked the Billy Goat curse, and the Red Sox kicked the Curse of the Bambino? Something like that. But yes, there was a mishandling of a statue of Colonel Sanders, the mascot of KFC, the chicken place, and I believe they threw his statue into the river or something, and their team did very badly, etc., etc. But yeah, I do enjoy the baseball culture here. I wish I had more time for it, though. Give me a moment to pull up the old CK3. There are other games I considered playing today. Notably, I considered playing Aura, History Untold. That is I can pull it up, I guess. It's a new Crusader Kings kind of thing. I have been told good things about it. Unfortunately, Aura's reviews are mixed, which is unfortunate. But I've been told that some streamers like the game quite a bit. It offers some innovative gameplay on this kind of game. Also, I told the devs that I would play it, and so I do need to play it at some point in the next week or so, or else I'm a bad guy who doesn't deserve keys. Today, though, CK3, we'll see how that goes, and then we'll move on to another game. This game is pulled up because I was planning to play it today right before stream started, and then we had a writing campaign of let's play CK3 instead, and so I accepted that, and we'll see how it goes from here, for sure. Anyway, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well today. That game is very similar to Millennia. I liked Millennia. I hope Millennia gets some more love, but so far, not so much. Not so much at all. All right, we got our DLCs going. The launcher's being updated. Restart that launcher. Look, friends, I updated something. The computer ready to go. My Firefox does not say update me. I do not have a little indicator that says time to update Windows. I've done a good job. Hooray for me. All right, let's go to this screen here. Let's make sure this thing is captured. I like it. Our Civilization clone. Yes, quite a few games that have come out recently have been the attempt of some devs to make their own version of successful games. And I'm fine with that. As long as there's some innovation, we'll see. The game is loaded now. Unfortunately, hey, there we go. Let's say CK3 always takes a moment to capture, but it's good now, so that's awesome. We'll now wait for it to load. It will be a moment, as you know. They're Civ killers. I mean, yeah, that's exactly right. Everyone wants to be the killer of some major game, right? What game will come out and be the World of Warcraft killer? Will there ever be an MMO that is as successful as World of Warcraft has been financially and culturally? They want to put out the Sims killer, right? The Sims is a game that has had tremendous market share and a lot of people really love for a very long time. So Paradox tried to do the same, you know. What game will be the whatever else killer? The attempt to do better, draw away players and viewers, I guess, from games, franchises that are well established. A lot of the games we play here are Paradox games. I do try to look at games that are similar to Paradox, but not none of them ever quite scratch the itch in the same way. And that makes me very, very sad. I'm very sad that Paradox has got this lock on the right way to do this kind of game. And, is it just that players of grand strategy games and 4Xs have been so shaped in expectation and habitus of the games that they've played already that they will be unable to accept other games' premises, other games' controls, and so on? I don't know. A Crutch! Thanks for that subscription, A Crutch. Hope we're doing well today. Thanks for hanging out with us, and I'm glad to look forward to some CK3. Hello, Cronin. Have I tried Age of Wonders by Paradox? Age of Wonders. Is the current one Age of Wonders 4, maybe? And you play as some, like, deity, and it's tactical maps, maybe? Yes, we did play this a little bit. I know there have been some DLCs since, and I'm not sure I feel a huge draw to go back to it. They're releasing a DLC soon with East Asian themes. I never know what East Asian themes mean. Like, is it gonna be, these are the dragon people, they believe in filial piety, woo! I don't know. We'll check it out at some point again. There's too many games. I considered making you all sit through a let's figure out which Paradox DLCs are coming out soon, because I know that there's one coming down the pike very, very soon for every single game we play. And I don't even know what we're doing. We're currently playing it by ear, or is it flying by the seat of our pants? What does that idiom mean? Sorry, video game watchers, it is time for one more quick dive into a completely different topic. What does flying by the seat of my pants, what is the origin, honestly? Okay, this is merely a definition. What's the origin of the idiom? Wait, where is it? Wonderopolis. Sure, this is true. The phrase is an old aviation saying, originated in Great Britain as flies by the seat of his trousers. Since early aircraft did not have many instruments that modern planes have, pilots had to rely primarily on perceptions and judgment. This is like how I play Kerbal Space Program. I just play with vibes entirely. They learned to react to the feel of the plane. Of course, the body part that usually had the most contact with the plane was the pilot's backside. So flying by the seat of the pants or trousers is based on feeling what the airplane is doing through one's buttocks. Does any more serious websites say the same thing? Sydney Morning Herald, I trust more. And it says roughly the same thing. There you go, team. There you go, team. We learned something today. We learned two things today. That the word cyanide includes the word blue, and that flying by the seat of the pants has an aviation as part of its origin. Cool. All right, we're going to continue our current game and see if they've fixed the achievement we were working on. It should be possible in our playthrough, but unfortunately it had been coded incorrectly, and I'd like it to be in better shape now. So we'll see. Why is my queen ill? She's just ill while traveling. Great. Okay, to the achievements. What is possible? We're looking for a medium one, I believe, called, like, I refuse to be ruled or something. I've forgotten the name, unfortunately. Is it hard? Okay. Okay. I'm going to go to all and see if we can find this thing instead. It's, I believe, to become the emperor after beginning a particular character. This is the easy ones. Donde está medium? Medium, there's medium. Okay. Let's be towards the end of it because it's a brand new one, I believe. Dun 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 bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. Maybe it's a hard one. I can't remember. I need to work on having better intermission music. Not today. Man, there are so many new achievements in this DLC. It's crazy. Huh. I can't find it. Not content to serve. That's what it's called, though. Not content to serve. Anyone know what level it is? Because I really thought it was medium. Maybe I didn't look through more slowly. So it's definitely not on the hard line. Okay. Okay. Is this medium now? I believe it is. I need a search function. Okay, is it in here? Be right in this section. There it is. Not content to serve. In 1178, started as the Paleologos to become the emperors of Byzantium. All right. Is that possible? It is medium, not content to serve. Medium. Friends, our achievement is still busted, unfortunately. I do wonder if I'll have to start a brand new playthrough to get this achievement. But we did indeed start as Paleologos. And we are still Paleologos, and I'm not sure. Now, I guess the one question I have is, at this time in history, are women allowed to become the emperor? I think it would still show the achievements possible, even if the character we had is not able to inherit. But that makes me sad. that makes me sad, my friends, because I thought this would be fixed by the time that we played this game again. So it's inherited according to male preference, so women can indeed inherit. All right, this one's still busted, unfortunately. I don't want to restart this playthrough right now, so we're going to the main menu to find an achievement to drive a new playthrough. And yeah, that was my favorite part of the stream, or my favorite part of the gaming, is picking which achievement. So we're going to go to one of the harder ones. That's part of the newer content. Let's check the very hard and see what's possible. Become the emperor of a newly formed Latin empire through a crusade. So this is a start as a Christian, and then I guess just direct a crusade towards the Byzantines. We survived this attack when we were playing as the Byzantines. But it's very hard. Might be worth doing at some point. How about Ahab? Doesn't Ahab require you to hunt a legendary whale? We've seen one legendary animal now. It was a white stag. I'm not sure. So we finished the 5 governors. We did owe it. Yeah, that last playthrough was have 5 governors and also not be Basilius. That achievement finished no problem. Unfortunately, the other one is not possible now. Friends, it's time for another quick ad break. We'll go ahead and take 12 seconds from now, a 3-minute break. Then we'll decide our next playthrough to be good. You missed the White Stag. It was not fun. The White Stag event was, look, a white stag. Oh no, it got away. Repeatedly. It was heartbreaking. But yes, I have now seen one and only one one and only one legendary animal. So that's how it goes. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday on the old crossword. Excited to be seeing how this one goes. This is going to be hard. It's going to be an absolute mess, but with perseverance and belief, we're gonna get through it, and then more CK3. All right. Epitaph for an Atlanta police training center. There's been protested by a range of justice groups. So epitaph is a name that is called of something, or it's an insignia or words on a structure or a gravestone. I don't recall. I'm sure we'll see soon enough. Have they finished the 80% hunting success bug? Baldwin, I didn't know there was a bug to cap out at 80% success. I thought that was meant to indicate that the animal is still a wily thing, possibly. Is combat in CK3 result-based? You don't recall seeing combat. I'm not sure what result-based means. I can show you combat at some point in which, at some point in which we're ready to fight. I'm not going to force a fight, but there's rolling that happens throughout. There are different kinds of characters that challenge each other. There's counters and so on, that kind of thing. King of Autumn, the part of the screen where it says "Please don't help me" means, please don't help me. Defrizzes, for example. The word straighten comes to mind. I think of hair right away. Today my hair is a little bit puffier than usual because Noms insisted that I use the blow dryer today, so puffy hair, no idea. Black and orange birds are indeed Orioles, but please don't help me, especially on ones I haven't read yet. That's not so good. Adorned in, so resplendent, gilded. Where gilded fit does not, I have no idea then. Banished, possibly just exiled. Doesn't fit, of course. That said, Noms and I did sing Exiled, a Taylor Swift song, together at karaoke. I took the part of Bon Iver, whatever his name is, and it was fun. It was a good time. Duets are the best part of karaoke for us so far. Not sure. Film editors in old industry parlance. I don't know. Were they the people who cut up the reels, cutters? I have no idea. A source of potential harm that's now in nearly everyone's bloodstream, and also in people's brains and in reproductive parts and all the rest. It's microplastics. Microplastic beads. Well, apparently it's not. Never mind. Who knows what it is? A brief moment, maybe a sec. We'll see. Bone Iver, is that how you say it? Klaus, thank you for helping me. El Blanc, a land hidden from the rapaciousness of European nations in Candide. That El Dorado, I believe it is. Kantian idealism is the enemy of everyone. I mean, I often say that my American students have deep in themselves Lockeanism without knowing it. They're automatic Lockeans about all things, and this leads to certain problems in our culture. Herb, thank you for the resub for 4 months in total. Did I do Islands in the Stream? Unfortunately not. There are some duets that didn't come to mind. The search function on the karaoke says, look up a song or an artist's name, and that's all you got, unfortunately. So they didn't have a best duets. And so we need to pair a list of songs before we go in. Okay. A Tavern Bill. So one's Tab, I believe. A Do for Angela Davis. She wears an afro. A Hawkish nationalist. I don't know, someone who wants to fight. A militant, not sure. Let's do 3 more and then back to the game. Men's blank. Mens rea, possibly, state of mind. Fraternity letters, I have no idea. There are lots of different fraternities with deltas and omegas and rhos and all the rest. Who knows? Last one, bit of fall footwear. It's time for boots. It's time for galoshes. It's time for, I don't know. Time to wear shoes while raking. No clue at all. Also, I read recently that one of the causes of no longer having so many fireflies around, lightning bugs, is apparently they put their eggs into leaf piles. And so when people rake up the leaves off of their lawn, they destroy the eggs of the fireflies. Now, is this true? I don't know. But many people have said there are many fewer fireflies out in the evening than before. Perhaps it's the case that our desire to have beautiful green lawns at all times has caused some problems. I don't know. All right, I'd love to get Ahab. That's an accidental one for sure. Let's see. So can't touch this, have an infected barony at maximum plague resistance. Can't aim for that one. If we get it, that's fine. Darius's Revenge. For the character of Iranian heritage, hold the Empire of Persia, the Kingdom of Thessalonica, and Kingdom of Hellas. I don't want to go into Greece again. Okay. Starting member of the Umayyad dynasty, hold the Empire of Arabia and the Sunni Caliphate. This is very interesting to me, but it's not part of the current DLC. So let's go hard instead and see what we can find from the current DLC. Starting in 1178, take a decision to re-establish the Theodosian borders. Friends, I don't know where that is. Theodosian sounds either Latin or Northern Greek, possibly. Not sure on that one. Chaos is this is all Byzantium, I believe. Here we go. As Princess Tamar, rule all of Georgia and fully conquer Armenia and Dalim. I want to do something that requires wandering. So this one here, Mio Cid. Complete El Cid's unique content and with the honorable man ending. Or complete Hassan Sabah's. You know what? Let's go ahead and do some unique content. The Old Man of the Mountain. I think Hassan Sabah, am I saying that right? I have no idea, is one of the Wanderers. Destroy an empire. Let's do it. Theodosia was the daughter of Aaron Burr. Dear Theodosia. Let's stay low this day. Dear Theodosia, I give my life to you. Mio Cid takes 5 minutes? Cool, let's knock it out then. 5 minutes. I can click very, very quickly. All right, so which one of you is El Cid? I don't actually know the name of yonder El Cid. Anybody know for sure? Is it Rodrigo Diaz? There we go. Okay. Rodrigo Diaz, the Campeador, age 23. He is an adventurer loyal to Sancho II. Got it. Special story content available. I want to do more story content. It's really fun. As you might recall, we did this one and we broke it because we went in the wrong direction and didn't have the adventure fire. It was horrible. Maybe we'll do it again later today. Descended from noble lineage, Rodrigo entered the royal council at a very young age. At the service of Sancho II of Castile, Rodrigo trained in both courtly and martial matters under the careful watch of the king. However, Sancho's war against his brother Alfonso VI of Leon would lead to his premature death, and Alfonso would then come to exile Rodrigo, inadvertently starting a legend. Will Rodrigo grow to become El Cid, the Lord, and emerge as a king in his own right, or will he remain a regular nobleman? ? We'll find out. Emu like bird, thanks for that resubscription. It's good seeing you, Emu. Hope things are awesome for you. Iron Man is on. Achievements are available. DLC ready. Let's do it, team. Let's learn the story of El Cid. Gonna be good. How many of you have done this particular playthrough so far or seen this one? I know the story content, though it's brand new to me, it probably could be repetitive to people who have seen just this one before. The storylines are a little bit more deterministic or on rails than ordinary playthroughs of CK3, which are often a little crazier, but we'll see how it goes. You've read El Cid Help. El Cid was the name that Spaniards called him. They couldn't pronounce Said. Oh, really? Said El Cid? Cool. Thank you for teaching me that. I'll remember that for sure. Here we go. The Iberian Struggle. We played some playthroughs in that. The Iberian Peninsula is in turmoil, a conflict born of its storied past. Outsiders covet the land, and the great Muslim and Christian powers seek to sway its people. But those who live and die on its soil will ultimately determine its fate. I will not let slip my vision for my homeland. By God, House de Vivar will weather the storm and see my will fulfilled. You're involved in the Iberian struggle. Friends, we do have a number of Iberian struggle achievements we've not yet completed. Maybe we can knock those out also in this playthrough. We'll look eventually. The region is in the phase of opportunity. Oh boy, okay. Iberian struggle has weird mechanics in which there's an outcome that will eventually be determined either by the player or by an NPC. There are three end states for the Iberian struggle: either dominance by the Muslims or the Christians, an uneasy coexistence where Spain or Iberia is broken in two, the Muslim lands and the Christian lands, or the third possibility is like a friendly peace where we engage in like tolerance and why can't we be friends and so on. I believe I've done the third of those. Maybe with El Cid we can do dominance. I have no idea. Anyway, in this struggle phase, there are different modifiers where it costs different things and cheaper to get troops and so on. Eventually, opportunity will go to either like conciliation or instead warfare. It's all very confusing, but we'll figure it out. Welcome, friends, to El Cid's adventure. We're up here in Asturias de Santillana, in the Kingdom of Castile, where we currently have an employer. I'm going to ignore struggles. I think I remember how to play them. We're in the Marshall Tree. El Cid wants to be a great knight. He's a valorous person. Martiality through and through is what he does. Other than that, are we married? We're not married. Our group is called the Loyal Vassals. We currently have an heir. He's our nephew and our knight. We currently have many friends among the nobility of Castile. That's pretty cool. Do we have any dirty secrets? No dirty secrets currently. Let's take a look at our camp. I love camp so much in this game. It's absolutely fantastic. The beautiful artwork as one levels up and cuts down all the trees and makes them into productive land instead, thereby making them our property. We're trying to have a basic level. Pavilion and nothing else. We can have a second officer and some health bonuses because we can hide inside during the storm. All right, I would like a physician very much, but everyone we know of is terrible. A second gives a nice bonus to everybody. We're going to have our best friend be our second. Also, I should probably unpause the game before doing any decisions. Because there's a storyline we're following this time, it's possible I should make decisions based on the storyline as opposed to just pushing buttons to what seems strategically best for me. I do want to see, though, what knights we have. We have two knights. One is our heir, one's our best friend. These are, why two? Oh, I apologize. So my best friend is actually not being a knight currently. I wonder if seconds can't fight. We'll see eventually. For now, though, we unpause and get some story, I think. Bum, bum, bum. By order of the king, I place my foot on the stirrup, tap my horse's head, and take a last look at the place I will always call home. Exile. King Sancho's words left no room for error. I thought he was our friend. He is listed as our friend still. Enemies at the court had poisoned his mind. Enemies that had always sought to do me evil, for the king loved me too dearly. A crow flies on our right. A bad omen. So, I can say I will always be loyal. An exile from the land, the loyal champion went. If we do this, we start the Song of El Cid. We show Rodrigo's loyalty to the king. We become independent, but we lose our friendship. So Rodrigo's loyalty. But remaining loyal to his liege, even in exile, El Cid may regain their favor and restore his advantageous position. By becoming disloyal, El Cid may gain special options to raise himself as an independent ruler. So the question mark at the end of our intro was, do we become a minor functionary, an ordinary noble, or do we make something of ourselves? We don't want to be loyal here, I guess. I could say, so be it, those who love me will follow me. We question our loyalty. This leads to, no special perks, but instead it does have full independence, or I don't care. And I don't care means you don't play the story. So those who love me will follow me. Our loyal vassals are here. If you choose the wrong opinion, you lock yourself out of achievement. This is the correct one, correct? I want to make sure. The second one here is how you get the achievement. I'm 99% sure, but I'll wait for confirmation. No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, that surprises me. We're supposed to destroy an empire, so you don't destroy an empire by becoming independent and destroying it. Okay, welcome to metagaming with chat. We are a loyal person, and we'll somehow destroy an empire that way. Boop. I love you, my king. Let me come back one of these days. No immediate stories, that is fine. There are contracts to go do. We need more knights. We have 85 bucks, so we don't want to do terribly much. That said, how expensive is it to build up my camp even a little bit? Oh, destroying an empire is the Hassan character? Oh, thank you for catching that. Wait, what is what is my goal again? What do I seek? All right, what is possible is playthrough. Thank you for helping me here. Good call. I read the wrong one there. Non-achievement description, episode 3.3, Mio said achievement. Got it. Sounds right to me. Complete El Cid's unique contact with an honorable man ending. Okay, loyalty is the correct way. I conflated these two. Always good, always good. Thanks, Paradox. We appreciate your work. So probably need to just like start doing useful jobs. Protecting the innocents is what we can do, or make a ruler like us more. I think I want to go protect the innocent, but as I was doing, I want to see how expensive it is to build a building. So it's not a lot of money compared to what we have. It is quite a bit. It's not much in general, but quite a bit for us. What we like? We can go scout for talent to get more officers who might also be better knights. I think that makes sense. Knight effectiveness goes up with the roaring campfire. I like knight effectiveness. Let's go for that one for sure. Good! Good! Look, we're making a tent! We'll light that tent on fire very soon. And then there are upgrades for these. They cost 200 money. Maybe someday, maybe someday. All right, let's get marching to protect the innocent. The hard-working folk of Soria are in need of help. The Count offers kind rewards to altruistic adventurers. Hey, Matt plays good staying you. Thank you for the help there. Yeah, we're altruistic. We're good guys. If we succeed a little bit, we get 56 bucks. If we succeed a lot, we get 66. If we fail, no one likes us. Here we go. It is a little bit dangerous. We have a friend who's a halfway decent caravan master, kind of speedy, not great safety. I'll take a little bit less speed in order to have better protection on the way. So our honorable Uncle Knight, Fernando Rodriguez, will be helping with this. That lowers to only one medium danger. The danger comes from what? Actually don't see it. There's a 31 in there. It's just the mountains. That's fine. Let's get marching, everyone. We're not bringing along our camp by any means. I can stay there for right now. We can have it gather provisions if we need to. We have 1,500 out of 2,500. We are fine on food. We have arrived in Soria. Animals, thugs, ruffians. Should we go for Spanish accents in this playthrough? Should we alienate a portion of our community as usual? The mere thought's enough to disturb Count Alfonso's daughter. Sorry, demeanor, I can read. The common people of the county are so agitated, I fear they may rise in arms at any moment now. Those with young families have been rebuking my officers, asking why I have not protected them. All right, shall we ensure their safety? Should we get in there and be sneaky? Or there's no reason to compromise, do both. So either some muscles, either some lookouts. We're gonna go big physicality at this point. So, this is the new scheme mechanic, as you know. This new scheme mechanic has you bring in different characters to give you a higher and higher chance of pulling off your job, whatever it is. And then when the number is sufficiently high for you to be happy and launch it, you might win, you might lose. So who shall be our muscle? Our heir will be our muscle. A second muscle. Our uncle will get his blade as well. Who's the outcast? Who sings, hey ya? Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Oh, so good. An outcast can be a great insider. After all, who questions why a wretch languishes in the shadows? Or how a beggar chooses which window to wait under? So our spy. Our mother is along with us? Mommy dearest, are you willing to go skulk in the shadows? I love it. We need a thug who will cosh him in the skull and get the barrel ready. So the thug is the one who does the dirtiest work. And lastly, a lookout. We have one friend left who will make sure that no one sees our problems or sees our misdeeds, but they're misdeeds in the service of the good, I swear. So we see the numbers going up. Up. Is that the case? We still need at least 5 keys. Yeah, so to find 5 secrets, and we get, not secrets, 5 ins, I suppose? 5 ways to show that we truly understand what it is to protect the subjects. We got 1, and the numbers are jumping up. At max, we'll have an 82% chance of success, I believe. The issue is the scheme target's account. See, that's so strange. So we're scheming against the Count, even though we're trying to protect his subjects, not from him, but from ruffians. Anyway, wrestle for it. Pedro, my nephew's most recent foe, slumps down, panting and defeated. Wrestling is a fairly popular sport amongst most mercenaries for obvious reasons, but Pedro pursues it like it's an art form. I sometimes wonder if he wouldn't prefer to fight barehanded, needing no other weapon. The man sees my pondering look and raises his fists in a polite yet mocking jest. Well, Rodrigo, how about it? Cat. So he is a 15 in personal combat. We're a 29. Look at us, we're amazing. So brave words for a loser will likely win. I can have him beaten, or I say no thanks. Obviously, it's time to wrestle with the men. That said, why do we have beards? Right, beards are a major disadvantage in wrestling, or to pull someone's face off. Here we go. You wrestle him to submission. Everyone is very impressed. The legend of El Cid grows. Once upon a time, he wrestled his nephew. This reminds me. Grad school stories. Once upon a time in grad school, and this is not good. On the weekends, the grad students would get together and have what they called reading groups. And they really would start as like, let's talk about important ideas, but they were large excuses for a lot of drinking. And as the drinking would go along, people would get really worked up about the ideas in play. And it was obvious that they weren't really caring about the ideas, but instead like having petty disputes about personality issues and insults flying. It was not a good scene. But after a while, some of the senior grad students, I was junior then, decided to invite the professors along because the professors have ideas about big books and so on, and they'd help us in our conversations. And 3 of the professors decided to come along, one of whom already knew what these places were like. And so 2 of the professors decided to join in the extreme drinking. And as usual, the conversations got a little bit heated. And people started moving from like good arguments to instead drunken rambling and insulting. And at one point, one of the professors announced, the only way to settle this is I'm going to kick your ass on the front lawn. And the students stood up. And yes, indeed, a graduate school professor and one of the grad students wrestled on the front lawn. Again, this is not good. I'm not endorsing this. This is terrible conduct through and through. And eventually I asked the professor, why did you do this? And he said, look, either I beat the guy and he deals with the shame of having been defeated by an old man, or he wins and he gets the reputation of beating up old men. And the moral of the story is the professor won. The professor pinned him on the ground and repeatedly insisted, you know who you are, you know what you've done. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. The logic is sound. The professor's a very smart man. He's also someone who, before he went to academia, worked in sawmills and was quite the buff human being, so that's how it goes. Anyway, dark is the night and cold. I send a man to knock on the closest door, seeking a kind host. The answer does not come immediately. I hear mutterings and steps until a figure finally stands in the entrance. It is the order of the king. We dare not welcome thee, O my lord. Sealed with his royal seal hath come his letter to forbid the Soria folk to open the door or shelter thee. King Sancho wastes no time. So the exile is not just of that particular king's territory or king's home, but also the entire kingdom it is. All right, we won't press the poor people. This shows my loyalty to the king, and we lose provisions because our food gets rained on, or instead break down the doors. No, no, no. We're a loyal and an honorable man. We'll accept that we are not being invited in, and surely this sinful behavior will be repaid by someone else. Ah. Okay. I don't know what this is, but there's a problem with our scheme. My Jesus, are you even my uncle anymore? The very sight of you enrages me these days. Snaps Pedro, my nephew. The argument is fairly typical of our interactions as of late. Disagreements over plans and practices abounding. Turns of phrase taken in the worst way, and the slightest of disputes become an hour-long argument. Friends, he's 18, and we are 24. Either he gets beaten by an old man, or he gets the reputation of beating up old men. Glorious! Whatever common ground I'd hoped to build by involving him in the contract seems utterly ruined. I can ask Pedro to not be too angry with me, or I can insist he does not understand my vision. If we plead, he might dislike us even more, so we'll take the neutral here and say, I'm sorry, nephew, you don't get what's going on. So, he is one of the stronger characters here. He's giving 15 points towards the scheme, but he does not understand what he's doing. That said, happy day, friends. Our beautiful camp has produced a campfire. Look at that. Look how nice that campfire is. It's roaring. We have people around it. One is a woman holding a teacup very awkwardly. the other a person singing the praises of the fire. Burn, burn, burn. I fell in to a burning ring of fire. So we can now engage in camp revelry if we want to, have a good time if we want to. Also, we can find officers using scout for talent. We want to scout for talent. I believe you use that when you're on the road from place to place. I believe also I've yet to find anyone who wants to join our team by scouting. I think that's the case. All right, at the fire, we can add in things like musicians or fools or booze. Oh, it's expensive though, so we'll have to save money and just be glad to have a slight improvement on that for now. Campfire constructed. And now we wait a little bit more. Here's a question. I sit by the pavilion, letting the sounds and smells of the camp wash over me. It's different from a life inside the safe walls of the palace, so very different. The freedom is easy to enjoy. No obligations, no counselors yapping, no dignitaries to entertain, none of the downsides of the trappings of power and how heavy they are. The freedoms, though, are dearly purchased. The constant scraping for survival wears thin. Increasingly, every night, I yearn for a proper bed. So we could insist we must be landed. We could say it's nice being here, or either way is fine. No, we're a wanderer. We're used to being out here. Also, I just now saw this. We are a campeador. More martial, more prowess, more prestige. Rodrigo's expertise on the battlefield has earned him the title of battlefield champion. Fancy fighting. I look forward to fighting someone who is attacking our king and making him love us once again. As always, I do wonder if I've broken the storyline. You'll recall that when we played the one up here, we immediately broke the storyline. This time, though, hopefully not. Hopefully not. That the storylines are somewhat breakable is very, very sad to me. We're at our cap right now. Unfortunately, we only have 4 of our advantages. So in 37 days, we can go protect the subjects. And again, it's a very strange way of thinking about that. Maybe we're just making sure that there's a man in every one of the villages, and we're all having our weapons honed and so on. Ins and outs. As we trudge down the road, a building hoves into view. The battered sign outside reads, "The Queen's Head. In." I don't want to think about the Queen's Head. If it's Maria Antoinette, fine, but I don't know. And no luck here tonight. We barely got room for our current lodgers, let alone anyone else. Inside, the innkeeper shakes her head dismissively. And especially not you, ragtag types. Ragtag? So I can insist that I need lodging. This is bad kid behavior. It's over-threatening. Number 2, maybe an arrangement. So we try to have a diplomacy. We can give her 15 gold, and that allows us to have a good night there. And that good night helps for 10 years. Or we just say, oh well, and get a little stressed. Let's try to bargain. It proved successful for the next 10 years. We're happy that we slept inside one time. This is one of those things in the game that I always find so strange / delightful. Our character thinks back to the one night he spent in an inn for 10 years. I think things were simpler back then, right? One time for Christmas, I had an orange, and this gives me joy in my late days. It's very strange how long the buffs last. Now, I understand why that is, right? Because otherwise there'd be no point in spending 15 gold, which is a substantial investment relative to just one night. There'd be no point in spending it for a buff of a week or something. The game goes by too fast, of course. Of course. Hello to you, Eskimos. You're very sick, but not too sick to watch the stream. I'm glad you're here. Hope you feel better soon, friend. And thanks for everyone being here. But Eskimos, you especially, because you are ill. Feel better soon. All right. We can now execute our scheme with an 82% chance of success. Let's protect some innocents. An exceptional success. 3, 4, and then goes the 5th boar this morning. I put the corpse down in the cart, right in time for Count Alfonso to arrive with some of his servants. What a magnificent job, he applauds. No more murdered cattle, no more lost children. Here, have your payments, and if the common folk complain once again, I know who to call for. El Sidman. All right, he paid us money for doing very, very well. We get some food, we get some opinion, a long path ahead. We're becoming more of a good guy. Hooray! I thought we were fighting against humans there. We were fighting against brigands, not animals, but that's how it goes. That's how it goes, I suppose. All right, we visited the Kingdom of Castile for the first time in our life, even though we lived there for years and years, but good job to us. So, do we just need to continue being a good guy, and eventually something will happen in the storyline? Maybe. We can protect the innocent again. We can improve the reputation of a count, or if we can protect the innocent in a different kingdom. Let's head over and protect the innocent over here. The hardworking folk of Madeira are in need of help. The count offers rewards to altruistic adventurers. Okay, I'd like to bring the whole camp along, but I don't know how to do that. We can scout for talent for free. I do want to do that. Wasn't there a button that says bring your camp with you? Well, that's fine. We march forward again. It's after you finish travel plans? It didn't pop up this time, so maybe in this storyline you can't move the camp. I don't know. Protect the animals! Once again, animals, thugs, and ruffians! We must ensure their safety. I'm going to auto-invite this time and trust my agent to get the right spot. Good job, everybody. It's time for waiting again. We're protecting the innocents. I do wonder if the boars are attacking the peasants is related to that meme a while back about needing certain kinds of weapons to protect one's family from wild pigs. I think it was a farmer explaining his need for protecting his daughters from 12 wild pigs attacking or something. I don't remember exactly how it went. Maybe one of you remembers the meme better than I do. A life in close quarters magnifies relationships, good and bad. Fernando, my uncle, and Pedro, my nephew, are becoming closer. It was 30 to 50 feral hogs. How was it presented? Like, what exactly was the phrasing? 30 to 50 feral hogs meme. There you go. There you go. Legit question for rural Americans. How do I kill the 30 to 50 feral hogs that run into my yard within 3 to 5 minutes while my small kids play? 30 to 50 feral hogs that run into my yard within 3 to 5 minutes while my small kids play. Now, obviously, that's horrifying. I don't have children, but the number 30 to 50 feral hogs is a funny comment. It's a lot. I think if 30 to 50 feral hogs are running into your lawn, you should probably move somewhere else. Your home now belongs to the feral hogs. That is it. All right, so Fernando and Pedro, who I want to call Phaedro, have gotten closer. They laugh and joke. All right, what are their common interests? It appears to be being stubborn. Cool. We encourage some friends. The friendship blooms. Our men are closer together than ever before. Hooray, hooray. All right, our camp is producing nothing of value now. Maybe sometime. Feral hogs are a problem in Hawaii? Oh, I'm not meaning to trivialize this thing. I'm sure it is. It's just a matter of, it's a funny phrasing. Or the funny phrasing of 30 to 50 feral hogs in 3 to 5 minutes. It's something. Count Alfonso, we have a hook against because we helped him one time. So we can ask for some help from him if we want to. I believe that one help he can give us is to give us another knight. We're on to have 13 total knights. I have no idea why that high number is permitted with such a small team. It might be part of the... Oh, Swords for Hire give the giant bonus. So the current intention of our adventuring group, Swords for Hire, gives you a ton more knights. You just have to fill the knights. That's how it goes. All right. Exile, no gold or silver. It's a story mission. Exiles hardly make reliant masters. There's no guarantee I'll be able to pay my followers or even to feed them. Who would risk their family's safety for a dishonored man? The talks in camp are as open as can be. I look up and see Alvar, my best friend, who's dressed up like a holy knight, but is also the crest of his family. Are you going off to a crusade, brother? Anyway, I look up and see Alvar walking towards me with bread and wine of his own. Campeador, born in a good hour, we must go forth, for I shall pay for these men and earn the wrath of King Sancho, because I have served you. My best friend is willing to pay instead of my paying with my very little money. I could say thank you, my friend, for helping us, or I can't risk the king's wrath. If we do that, 3 people will leave us. Including Pedro and Fernando. Our uncle and nephew will abandon us. Oh my goodness. We're trying to be an honorable man. Apparently loyalty to our king matters most of all. We will wander alone. Oh goodness. This is not good. Well, back to waiting a bit. Oh, interesting. Because they're involved in my scheme, they haven't actually left. They refuse to come back, but they will finish the scheme, it seems. Interesting. But it counts that I banished him, so he'll never come back. Love it. Hey, Gator Druid, I live in Japan. Am I not required to watch Shohei play baseball right now? Yes, all of Japan is in a state of fervor over the Los Angeles Dodgers being involved in the World Series. The thing that is craziest about it is in the past 2 weeks, I've seen so many advertisements for so many things that are just a picture of Shohei Ohtani using the thing. And things that have nothing to do with baseball. Things like he is standing and writing a check at a particular bank. Things like he is using certain headphones. Things like he is eating a sandwich. So, this baseball player who is... this baseball player who is playing in America is the hero of Japan. And so because of that, he is advertising absolutely everything here. I assume it's working. I don't know. I realized yesterday that I do not know who the most well-known Japanese person in Japan is. I suspect it's the case the most widely known Japanese person in the world right now is Shohei Ohtani, the baseball player. But I know things about the US. For example, who is the person that when Americans are surveyed, they will say they approve of more than any other American? Like if you ask an American in general, who's the most approved American, what on the whole do people say? Anybody know? It's a fascinating survey. The American that the most Americans think well of. Taylor Swift, Jesus. Jesus is not American. A couple more guesses. Who's the person? Keanu Reeves, John Denver. You have to be alive. There you go. Baldwin Blue got right first. Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is the person that Americans most approve of in general. There's also a poll some years back about if we had to send someone to meet the aliens, who would Americans in general save along or send along? And it is Tom Hanks indeed. There you go, team. So I don't know who Japanese have that attitude towards. The obvious one is the Emperor. The Emperor has a very difficult for me to understand status in Japanese culture. People speak about him with a kind of reverence, but also a profound disconnection. Like he's not even a human still. Like obviously he's de-divinized after the war, but to Japanese people that I've talked to, there's still a kind of, he's not like us. But I don't know who the most trusted person in Japan is, most approved of person. I should probably look into it at some point. Does the Japanese emperor publish scientific papers? The current one does not. The current one's a historian. But yeah, the past 3 emperors, at least, have all been scientists, and all of them have published papers. I believe the most recent paper by the most recent emperor is on the dietary, what is it? The dietary habits of the animals of the imperial grounds as evaluated through collection of their feces. I like to imagine the emperor is out there picking up the feces himself and poking at it. However, I assume that the imperial household agency has someone to do that for him. It'd be difficult to cite the emperor. The prior emperor also has 2 articles about the history of science and technology in Japan. They were published in Nature, I believe, and they're the kind of thing that crosses boundaries, crosses intellectual ideas. It's not pure science by any means. And it talks about, what was the great technological innovation of Japan. It was seeing guns being used against them. It was seeing cannons showing up and recognizing that they had no possible way of responding. And so he argues, I think he's right, that the possibility of being destroyed by the black ships caused all technology to start flying along. So there you go. But yeah, the prior emperors, all 3 of them, do say, like, directly, the title will be, what is it? His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor. Then the Emperor's name. And so if you want to cite him, you cite his personal name, comma, H, I believe, for his or whatever. Or it might just be personal name, comma, E for Emperor. It's strange. I mean, we could pull it up real quick. It's something I find absolutely fascinating. The Emperor, yeah, it's strange. Let's see here. So scholar.google.com. Have I done this on stream before? I don't think so. So, Akihito. Is that right? Emperor Akihito is his personal name? Yeah. Okay. These are about him. I need to do ones that are written by him instead. How do I do that on this? Is there an advanced search maybe? Yes, he worked on goby fish. That'll do it. Oh, finding a lot of things that are citing him. Okay, what if we do older? I believe he was publishing between the 1990s. Uncheck include citations. Thank you for that. There it is, thank you. That's exactly it. Okay. It's talking about it in the body line. Maybe I can push this harder. Maybe I can say, his Wikipedia page might have it. All right, very good. I swear it's true. We're gonna find this eventually. So let's do publications. No research, maybe? Ichthyological research. There you go. These are the 2 I mentioned. These papers on the history of science are so accessible and so good. I'd encourage you to read both of them if you're interested in history of Japan. And I mean, an emperor writing is always fascinating. This is PubMed here. Okay. There we go. Akihito author. This is the web archive. Is web archive up right now? No, I think it's struggling. So we'll go to the original PubMed. There you go. There you go. There you go. So you see, I assume that Akihito T here, the T is the Emperor. Akihito E, the E is Emperor. He does not have a functional family name. Like, there is a family name, but no one uses it. So here you go. Can you imagine co-authoring with the Emperor on these things? Now, actually, some of these are not the Emperor. We need to find the ones about... Yeah, it sure is something. It sure is something. Anyway, I encourage you to look it up on your own time. It is one of these things that is just craziness, absolute craziness. And again, all three of the prior emperors did this, including the Emperor Showa, Hirohito by name, which is fascinating. Okay, the campfire crackles, illuminating a figure entering our circle. He moves with vigor despite the lateness of the hour, hand wrapped on a walking stick. Those standing guard are already intercepting, but I washed them away. Do you have a place for a man of God? He smiles at me hopefully, dirty clothes rustling in the stiff breeze. He's Tybalt the husband, or the husband, sorry. He's a married monk. He's the husband. Tybalt the heathen. In truly dire conversion, he left not just his faith, not just his religion, but his entire religious tradition, trained to a totally separate view of the divine order. He's still officially a Catholic monk, but he believes other things. Alright, so should we help the monk? We can invite him along. He's likely to join us. We can ask for a night, or must let him leave. Of course you can join us. We have a friend of the holy. We are more pious, more better. I have a fellow here who is quite high in learning. Will you be my physician? Will you look after us? Absolutely he would. There you go. The affiliation on Akihito's page is the Imperial Residence in Chiyoda. Absolutely. He doesn't have a unit. Actually, the current emperor is affiliated with a research institute. I don't recall where it is, but the current emperor has affiliation. So when he publishes on things, he doesn't say, please write me at the Imperial Residence. You can write the emperor about scientific things. He will write back, I've heard, but... It's very strange. Very, very strange. All right. This is one thing I kind of dislike about the Wandering Adventure playthrough is you just have to wait until you get your 5 keys. We got them just now, though, and so we succeeded again in protecting the innocent. Once again, fighting the boars. Hooray! All right. Also, I finished the physician, right? Yeah, we have a physician now. He's taking care of us. I don't think we're being unreasonable. Snarks the cook, who presumably drew the short straw and coming to speak to me, waving an arm dismissively at the surrounding terrain all the while. There's plenty of farms here, even not great ones. It cannot be that hard for us to pause briefly and stock up on some little luxuries that make food bearable. We have a lot of food. It's just very plain, I assume. I sigh, weary of the conversation already. I wonder which of us will break first. Yes, our provisions are perhaps a bit below where I'd like them to be, but there's little cause for such alarm. No, we've got lots of provisions. So I could say let's go talk to the farmers, maybe get some food. This stresses us out. I could say let's restock for money, or instead it's just not on our budget. If we stay with the current food we have, we actually use fewer provisions. Yeah, we have more than enough right now, so the cook is causing problems for no good reason. Let's hang out a little bit. We got a martial perk also. By being valorous, we can either get never back down, making us a better commander as we fight, or courtship. Let's find some love. I don't know if part of the El Cid story is romancing people. We're not in the martial tree. So we're going to stay with Let's Be Fighting, which will surely help us prove to our king that he is desirous of our being back. We'll continue doing missions in our territory for our king, though we have been exiled. Also, I was told earlier that this playthrough can be completed in 5 minutes. Is there a decision stake? Become a great conqueror, champion our cultures. The Travels of Rodrigo de Viver. We do that, we go see a bunch of places in the world. Found a holding, levy the outcasts. Make Portugal, unite Spanish thrones. Get food, go fishing. Yeah, I don't know, team. I don't know if there was a way to do this very quickly that I missed. But so far, we're just knocking out various kinds of contracts to improve our reputation and hope that someday the king will love us. Or more rightly, hope that at some point we have the other story events pop up. We have no good caravan masters. We'll master our own caravan. Thank you very much. And hopefully find someone who will join our team. Nope on that. There's 5 story events where you pick the correct option. Okay, Owen, thank you for that. Hopefully the rest pop up soon. We'll see. I'm having a good time, though, being El Cid. It's no secret that Count Munio's reputation isn't all that it could be. He has unhappy vassals, worrisome mutterings about tyrannical behavior, and a dearth of intangible prestige. All signs that point towards a shakier grip on power than most lords would like. Paying someone to clear up such misunderstandings won't come cheap, of course. At least not if I have anything to say about it. Alright, so it's very hard to improve this guy's reputation, because possibly he's a very bad human. We'll see. We can do our task with diplomacy, we can try to make more money, or the sooner we're done, the sooner best on the road. At a Justicar. A knowledge of the law and a reputation for enforcing it fairly is an admirable, if dry, trait. So, we get someone out there who is talking about how the law means this guy should be in charge. On our urn, we have a gabbler, person who speaks for an hour without saying a thing. You ever see anyone talk for 4.5 to 5 hours without saying a thing? I can't imagine what that's like. Alright, endless chit-chat, or lastly, more diplomacy. Let's say, we're not good at diplomacy at all. This might be a disaster. Let's earn. Alright, unfortunately, I have almost no one in our group anymore, so it's going to be slow going. Luckily, our personal monk is very good at writing, so he'll write some letters to all the local barons, encouraging them to believe in the Count's reputation. That's how it goes. Hey Z, how's it going? I was playing Stellaris, you're playing Imperator, now you're on Stellaris, I'm playing CK3. I should be playing Stellaris, because there's a new DLC that comes out tomorrow, I believe, or maybe today. It's just too much Stellaris. Too much. Well, we'll see. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Today, though, achievements are fun. So here we go. Another event in this storyline. Some hearts are hardened and take a long time to remember what softness feels like. It matters not what I do. King Sancho's heart is far from my reach. God, I start, kneeling in front of the altar. My men all surround me, curious. I have no men. May your goodness change King Sancho's heart and make him remember his love for me. Please, God, bring him to the light, or to hell with them. No. We have a good prayer for the king. We're a good guy. Hooray for goodness. Friends, our hours past, been 2 hours and 30 minutes, 11 a.m. my time. So time for a quick little pause here. Also, Teresa, my mother, has a sober K. She's Teresa the Evil. Rough. Hey, Big Rig, good seeing ya. Hello from Tokyo to you over in Florida. Friends, 3 minutes of crossword. When we get back to getting these achievements, it is one of the easier ones we've had in a long time, and so we'll hopefully get it quickly. Then we'll have to decide if we continue playing the same playthrough or bounce to another one for another achievement. The question will be, I guess, do we want to try to make El Cid into a landed character and try to finish the Iberian conflict in a way we haven't previously? We'll look at it in a bit. For now, though, crossword. Okay, we're just going through the crosses for the first time. We'll see what we find. Showtime! Showtime! An opening, possibly? Showtime. I don't know. Opening feels good, but I'm not sure. They may be stressed by typists. So, like, keyboard keys, if you push too hard or stressed. They're also... If you type in the wrong way on a typewriter, the little hammer things can get bunched up, I know. It's kind of stressing. You can underline certain words. You can put asterisks on words. I have no idea. Prizes awarded to Hong Kong and Nihon Hidankyo. There we go. In 2024, they won the Nobel Prizes. Woo! It is spelled that way. Yes. Hong Kong I've talked about. I don't think she should have won the Nobel. I have a professor friend with whom I discussed the recent awarding of Hong Kong the Literature Nobel Prize, and he wrote back saying, "My two favorite authors are this very plain name from Australia, and whoever denies Haruki Murakami the Nobel." And so he's very happy every year when Haruki Murakami does not win, because he doesn't get all the hype about it, and he hates that Murakami is associated with Japanese literature when his literature is actually very Western facing. So there you go. Okay, physiques casually, maybe bods, a la the dad bod. I've got no idea. Midwestern summer setting. This is Central Daylight Time. Smooth talking, possibly suave. We'll see. A 2022 Best Picture winner. I know this only gets in the crossword. It's the movie Argo. Late autumn director Kim Blank-Yong. I could guess, but I'm not sure. A pistol to a hard-boiled detective. All right. Do you got your gats? Do you got your shoot, bang, bang? Hard-boiled detective. I feel like I knew this at one point, but... Hey there, toots, pass me the... I got no idea. A blank boat, Das Boot. Still have not seen this movie. This morning, for a very brief second, I said to myself, maybe we should play more U-Boat. I like that game so much. But then I remembered the comment of one of my regular viewers who I take quite seriously in their comments, who said last time that watching U-Boat is like watching paint dry or something like that. I was like, probably true. I do love it though. Attractive benefit. My students often talk about pretty privilege. I think that's probably what's going to be. So if you're attractive, people give you better things. Privilege. I think that's right. There's actually research on this. People who are more conventionally attractive will be seen as more moral, will be seen as smarter, will be seen as more competent, will be seen as many other positive things. Conversely, people who are not conventionally attractive, especially people who are physically larger, fatter, I suppose, will be seen as less moral, less competent, less intelligent, etc. It's one of these very unfortunate findings of popular psychology. Let's go ahead and do just the last across and then back to the game. Like refusing to provide certain necessary accommodations. I want to be like discriminatory, but I'm not sure. Ramu's nephew's author, not sure. The general and the cheat for two. Not sure. Arizona product. They make that tea. They make that tea in a can. It's like sweet tea. It's something tea. I can't remember what it is though. Convenience enclosed by letter writers. Maybe a self-addressed stamped envelope? Possibly. We'll see. Last one for now. Word with wine or bar. Snobby wine. Oh, okay. Can I find this online? The other day, Noms and I were out for a walk in an area we don't often go to. And we found a business that I want to see if I can find. The business was called Snobby Baby. Snob-ish Babies. Snob-ish Babies. A store in Tokyo that gives clothes for your dogs. Japanese folks love dressing up their animals, not just in like Halloween costumes or little raincoats, but there'll be different clothing almost every day. And so you can go to Snobbish Babies and get your dogs their favorite clothing. I love it. I love it so much. Snobbish Baby. I apologize. Apologize for misphrasing it. Yep. You might say, oh look, it's clothes for your kids. Nope. It's clothes for your dog. I'm sure people enjoy it a lot. I don't want to harsh anyone's mellow, but I always wonder when you first put dogs in clothing, or I guess any pet in clothing, do they resist it? Or is it, no, I don't want, no, do not want. And then at some point it turns into, fine, I guess we're doing this. Like, resignation is the ultimate stance there. All right, people are calling my mother evil. That's not pleasant. Where we landed, we get ourselves some adventurers or some knights to join us, but I don't think we can do that while we're hanging out as a random dude. Restoration! An honorable man. It's with great surprise that I receive a new guest in my tent. King Sancho, surrounded by royal guards, a smile on his face. Friend, he calls out, you who have always remained loyal to me, even when I so regretfully cast you aside. Here do I pardon you and grant you my love throughout this kingdom from this day forward. I reply, my lord, I was banished and stripped of honor, and with great toil have I won what I possess. Thanks be to God for your grace. It was all worth it. We gained loyal, we gained adventurer, all camp buildings demolished, a portion of cost returned, the loyal vassals, our mercenary group is destroyed, and we get some counties and become a vassal. Or I can't leave my camp behind. He of Vivar turned to his men and set them to collect together the spoils they'd won, or let's part ways. I'm rude to the king here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second on the achievement question. Are there achievements I need to get that involve just having a collection of adventurers do something? Have every camp follower temperament be positive with 10 camp followers. We could go for that. The medium ones that are difficult or no. Okay. Does Legitimist win a claim for a kingdom or war? Not achievement desk EP304 birthright. Very good. Okay, nothing more here. This is the only one so far I'm seeing. In the hard line, we're going to complete this one in a second. Okay, I don't think there's anything there involving adventurers. And down here, the same. So unless there's a very easy one, the only thing is, like, adventure the sponsor character, play as someone else, and go for a walk. Yeah, I think this playthrough may basically be over, unfortunately. Unless we want to do stuff in Iberia. Anyway, I think either of these will work out as achievement accomplished. I think either way, we've been a loyal and good man all the way through. So I accept. Hooray! We got an achievement called Mio Cid. We're in the Iberian struggle now. Woo! We're loyal. What a good job. We gained veteran adventurer. We've left the road. Rodrigo has previously led a life of bravery and action as an adventurer and proven his worth by working his way up from humble beginnings. Achievement accomplished. Hooray. Goodbye to all of our friends. We are now a mighty count. Awesome, awesome, awesome. No more valor allowed. The Iberian struggle. My king is acquiring claims on everything, causing some problems. Cool, 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 cool. I can get another achievement if I conquer Valencia. What is the achievement if you don't mind? Also, which is Valencia? Welcome to Resort. He only halfway understands part of the world. If we were playing here, I'd know it all, but down here, less so. Oh, Valencia. Okay, we can find it with this with the dot key. Nope, that's not right. Which is the search button in this game? Find title Valencia. Ah, it's a kingdom. It's down here. So why is there achievement here? I'm happy to go for other achievements. I just need to figure out what it is exactly. But it's this one. Legacy of the Campadores? Okay, I've not done that one, I'm sure. Thank you for knowing the Iberia achievements. Okay, we're looking for the word L for Legacy of the Campadores. These are the other ones I could possibly finish up. Doing things by ending Iberia, by destroying the Muslims, or just keep things as they are. I wouldn't mind doing one of those. Okay, it's a very hard one. Thank you for knowing. Yeah, this one's done though. Check. Good job, us. We're honorable. Woo! Here it is. Create and rule Valencia as an heir to El Cid. Okay. So it's just get to Valencia as El Cid. Valencia, of course, does not exist. So it'd be a matter of fighting our way through a whole bunch of Muslims. I believe the Mohaladi ones are largely cool with Christians. Let's see here. Far from the center of the Arabic world, Iberian Muslims adapted to the realities of ruling over a region with large Christian and Jewish populations that had strange foreign traditions. All right, this will be a poll on the Twitch, my friends. Here's a quick poll for you all. I'm really cool either way, based on the spirit of the community, what we do next. So what do? Answer number one is we play Spain. This will be continuing this playthrough, trying to get relevant achievements. It will be locking into a fairly standard feudal playthrough, concentrating power pretty effectively, and then gradually just taking stuff over. Be going from being a vassal to eventually independent, I suspect, and hopefully ending as a king. We'll see. Or new achievement, please. A new achievement be starting another one of the storyline playthroughs, learning about another one of the nice stories that Paradox made for us, and I'm cool in either way. Yeah, Redicus, you're definitely right that this achievement that we're talking about, the Campadores one, is a very old achievement I just never did. I've never tried for it before, but yeah, it might be worth doing. I'm cool either way. Not really even feeling pulled in a particular way. We could always save this file and come back to it after we've knocked out some of the easier, let's go ahead and do the storyline achievements. I'm kind of leaning towards that now. We'll see what the vote comes up as, and then we'll decide. 15 seconds more. Make sure you get the votes in. All you new followers today, it's good seeing you. I'm glad you're enjoying the Crusader Kings 3. It's a good time for me too. Game I'm always loving playing, and yeah, it's a lovely time. Probably play CK3 for the next few days at least. I'm not exactly sure what game comes next, but glad to be in a game that's always a nice time for all of us. Again, thanks for the follows, subscriptions, otherwise it's been good. Majority of you want a new achievement if you please. All right, sounds good. Are we El Cid or an heir thereof right now. We are El Cid, in fact. So we're going to go ahead and save this one. We're going to go ahead and say, truthfully, I'd like to come back to this after we have done other achievements on the stories. And then we'll come do this one and see what happens. Hey, Machiavelli, good having you here. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. What is up with you? Back to the desktop for more storyline, more good. I pushed the exit the game entirely. Whoops. You're a history nerd, am I? I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Please vote now. Do I count the history nerd? I'm just me. Yesterday or day before, I got deeply into the question of why is Porphyry named Porphyry? I care about the history of philosophy a lot. I'm a word nerd or a generic nerd. Selden, I read your message initially as I'm a geriatric nerd, which I think generic nerd is good, though I believe that my getting into Paradox games has helped me understand some things about history that I didn't fully learn back in high school. I think generalist nerd is correct. A jack of all nerds. All right, I think that might win. Jack of all nerds, indeed. Yeah, my interests are broad but shallow, except in philosophy, we'll say. Thank you for the helpful the helpful clarification of myself. Some of you all know me better than I know myself, I think. Or maybe collectively. You all have a better sense of me than I do. Alright, just time to check out other possible achievements to do. As always, love the character of the week. If we were a nothing but CK3 streamer, I would love to do all these characters of the week, because obviously it's the case that people at Paradox put a lot of work into picking out interesting characters and writing little stories about them. But for right now, probably we're not going to do that. So in the achievements, let's do the ones that are locked. Let's do the ones that are adventurer-based. I believe the Old Man of the Mountain is the same kind of thing. Where was that one? It's down here somewhere. There it is. Complete Hassan Sabah's unique content by destroying an empire. Learning history by Paradox is not recommended. It's like learning Plato from motivational posters. That's one of the best descriptions I've ever heard, because the vast majority of Plato quotes that you see quoted on TikTok or Instagram or Pinterest or anywhere else are not things that Plato said. The word Plato is added just to give them appeal to authority weight. Point well taken. Excellent. That said, I tend to learn a little bit about the starts of games, right? Often the first moment of a CK3 playthrough is a relatively honest representation of what was happening at the time of history. And I like that. For example, I learned about the way in which Italy and Sicily, different kingdoms. I learned about Queen Matilda, right? These are things I didn't know about before. Anyway, Hassan Sabah we must do. This one seems cool. As Baldwin of Jerusalem in 1178 defeats Saladin. Saladin? Not sure. Old Man on the Mountain first, then we'll figure it out for sure. I'm guessing it's Wandering Exile. Hassan Sabah. It's an advanced difficulty. I believe in that one. Here we go. I'm surprised also that Hereward doesn't have a achievement, or I just didn't see it at least. Okay, Summoners to the Faith adventurer. He is Persian. His faith is Imamism. I believe that Imamism is a branch of Islam, probably. We'll see. Hassan Sabah was born to a family of little renown, but his constant devotion to Islam and fanatical resistance to the Seljuk occupation would set him on a path to alter history forever. From his humble origins, Hassan was destined to establish the Assassins in the mountain keep of Alamut. He would become a legend, and all would come to fear the dreaded Old Man of the Mountain. Do you have the guile and absolute faith to rally the devout and topple empires? Right. This character is referenced regularly in the first Assassin's Creed game, I'm fairly sure. The Assassins in Arabic doesn't have an H first, like assassins or something. Assassins? I can't remember exactly. But yeah, how cool is that? How cool is that is we have an overlap between a game I played a long time ago and a game we're playing right now. I really hope at some point the game turns into Assassin's Creed. And we begin hopping up on roofs and hiding in crowds and all the rest. That's amazing. That's very, very cool. Let's learn this character's story also. Gonna be good. Gonna be good. I'm guessing this is gonna be an intrigue playthrough, which I don't really know terribly well at all. Here we are, as a 16-year-old who has some big beliefs about the world. He's shrewd. Life has taught him the value of good judgment and a sharp wit. He is zealous, deceitful, and temperate, a fine man to be loyal to the faith. His heir is one of our champions, who is not of obvious relation to us. He is the same family, though, so you probably figure out where he comes from in the family. He is just somewhere in the family. Nobody is quite sure how we fit together, but this fine man, Arif Sabah, has a child, and then there's me. Very well, very well, very well. I'm going to unpause for just 1 second to get the storyline for this one. We're actually in learning, not an intrigue. Okay. So he has no points in anything yet. His education is indeed in learning, and he's one of those absolutely lovely 5 stars. His knowledge of the divine is unparalleled. His counsel sought by the great and the good of scholarly circles. At the age of 16, he is brilliant. He's one of those savants. He's a savant at reading and a savant at stabbing, and that's what's going on. So, again, I'm going to unpause and see the storyline before we choose between the way of intrigue and the way of learning. I'm guessing we'll do both ultimately. We're drinking coffee or tea, coffee all the way. My wife is the tea drinker, I'm the coffee drinker, it's all good. All right, story time. Ta-da! Ismaili preachers. So what's our particular imami mean? They believe that 12 imams were prophesied to lead the ummah, and that the 12th imam, Imam Zaman, is waiting to return to lead Muslims into the Day of Judgment. So the importance of a wide variety of religious leaders as opposed to just one. Super interesting. Super interesting. Also, messianism here I find always very, very fascinating. The thought that one person or one being will return to make things good and glorious. Very similar to the Christian story, of course. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. All right, Amira. Hello. A believer and follower of the Egyptian caliph has been preaching his unorthodox take on Islam in the heart of Re. I have no doubt in the truth of Islam and Allah, and never before have I doubted that such truth can be found anywhere other than Imamism, but Amira's words ring differently in my ear. I spend much of the remains of the day discussing holy books and hadith with Amira, and I hear the truth in Ismaili's philosophy for the first time. His faith is a Shia faith that considers the true line of imams, those imbued with divine knowledge and fallibility, to run through Ismail bin Jafar. They're also known as Seveners, as Ismaili was the 7th imam after Muhammad. So not the 12 imam story, but instead a direct line from Muhammad down through other imams. I could say, you've succeeded in wounding and breaching my belief. He'll join, With my second, I gained the option to evangelize my faith in a county. This option moves on the path of the assassins. Or truth cannot be sought outside the pale of Islam. That seems strange. They're both versions of Islam. That seems very unkind, sir. So I appreciate in some measure that the storyline is so clearly flagged. This is the way to go to be the assassins, but it does feel a little, I don't know, a little metagamey in some measure. But I could see a player being very frustrated if they chose the wrong thing. Because if you don't know anything about this character's life, if you don't know anything about what kind of beliefs he had, perhaps this would not be obvious as a question about where you're going. Anyway, you've wounded my belief. I have such confusion. A crisis of faith is upon us. Infant Islam had some really strong characters. Oh, the same thing is true, Clotrick, with early Christianity, right? It's so fascinating reading about the heresies, right? Reading about the various forms of early Christianity that tried to understand what on earth metaphysics could fit together with the originating beliefs of the faith. Some of my favorite philosophical reading is understanding things about like, oh, God must be both good and evil to explain the origin of evil in the world. Things like, oh, we actually don't have free will because God knows everything. These beliefs like if one just works hard enough, they can prove to God. All of these various heresies are fascinating to me because you can see this infant, this baby religion figuring itself out. And of course, a certain kind of Platonic metaphysics wins out, which, yay. But it's fascinating how these, like, I always often say that even the most important things and beliefs and ideals in our lives have histories too, right? And I think many people are taught not to ask those kinds of questions about, where did my beliefs come from? They're just what you believe. But they're always developing cool ways. That's a topic for the Serious Discussion channel over on Discord. I'm going to go ahead and rep the Discord briefly if you're interested in spending time with the community, talking about this and that. It's a good place to be. I like it a lot when it's active. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, it's now time to choose our lifestyle. We're going to go with learning. Nowhere to go, nowhere not to go. We believe in sagacity and wisdom. All the rest. Okay, here we are. So we could go engage in manuscripts. We could go protect our heritage. We could go write down some books. Two of these are based on learning. One is based on cultural modification. We also have this evangelize the faith move. I'm guessing we should go with that first. But I want to check real quick on who my new friend is. Amira, who is here with different religion, another person full of learning. So what's our focus as people? We are indeed scholars. So I've never played a scholar playthrough. I'm so interested in seeing how it works. Also, I notice we have enough money right now to build ourselves a second building. So once again, I want to go with the campfire, I believe, which will allow us to have more knights to protect us in our time of danger. Someone will surely attack us. Maybe a crusade. Gosh, who knows? All right, so let's choose an adventure. No, let's choose evangelize first. The chance to advance on the path of the assassins. Any one of these must be true. Namely, we have to pass the Ismaili faith, which we now believe in. Big switch. All right, hold a sermon. The people have gathered around me in the heart of Rhea, their eyes dim in the absence of Allah's light. Quran passages memorized, I begin to speak. In the name of Allah, most forgiving and merciful. We have a 67% chance of pulling this off. Based on diplomacy and learning. So while we're quite good at learning, our diplomacy is so-so. So we gotta go and get that figured out at some point. Anyway, good luck! The crowd is unconvinced. So it's harder to convert them. Guessing we have to move around in order to, move around to find other people to convert. What's the name of our province? It's the Beylik of Rai? I don't know exactly how to say that. You're going to find a lot of that down here. Am I just not knowing how to say anything? But it's Seljuk territory. All right, I'd like to move the camp, which is this button here. We're going to move it up to let's write a book together. We'll have our heir, the evil antagonist, look after us. And we have only one medium danger then, right here. The danger comes from it's not being liked, or are not being liked there. So we'll modify our route just a little bit. We'll head to the south instead. Safely avoiding danger, looking good. And let's head on down, spending 400 food on our way. We have no renown. We do have a chariot? Oh, it's a horse carrying our camp. I get it now. It's a wagon. Can you imagine if we had a chariot? We'd crush our enemies for sure. People around the camp have gifted Arif a sobriquet based on who he is. He's cruel. He has a relatively sunny disposition. Really, people just don't get a sense of humor. I've mentioned before, I used to work with a guy who was so mean. His humor was all insulting people. Humor. And at one point, the boss called him aside and said, "Man, you got to stop with the jokes." And he was so insistent. "Oh, I just have a very dry sense of humor. People don't understand the intelligence, the jokes I'm telling." And he refused to accept that in a workplace especially, there's no right time to insult your colleagues. It was unfortunate. With that said, Arif, you're part of my workplace. Stop insulting people. Thank you much. Here we are. Let's now go ahead and copy down some Kurdish texts. We'll get 54 money if we do it well, 96 if we do it very well. We're good on learning. Let's go, let's go. The daylight slowly fades. I sit and beg Sirksop's chamber by candlelight, frantically copying squiggly lines of ink from one sheet to another. Do we read this language, or really just let's move some squiggles around? We only speak one language. We should probably learn more if we want to spread the good news here. Let me check right quick while we're doing this. Hello, beg guy. What language do you speak? I'm not allowed to ask him to teach me a language. I can ask instead the Sultan here. It's unlikely to work out. Do we know anybody of a different language? Let's check the camp and see. Hello, camp. Show me my followers. Followers are found... Where is it? Over here. Hello, team. That's patrons. Hello, team. Amira is the only follower. He speaks only my language. Number 2, sorry, the Reef. He speaks a different language. He's going to teach me the language of a reef, which is... does not say. That's fine, though. Learning languages seems good. As a learned person, we should be multilingual, certainly. All right. 95% chance success. Takes 2 years to learn it, though. Gonna take a time. My eyelids start drooping. I nod off momentarily before jerking awake. As far as I can tell, this particular passage seems related to domesticating and caring for animals, but by Allah! It's droning on and on. I trace an ink-stained finger along a hand-drawn, long-fingered reptile in the margins. Managed to improve the text a little bit to make it more enticing. So I could embellish it with my great learning. This makes it more likely to be successful if I don't screw it up, or stick to the script. So +1 success or +3 success on a 2/3 chance. I'm smart, I know the truth. In my arrogance, I change the text. And it fails! It fails! A few days have passed and I'm making my way through the transcript. The current passage, however, is drier than gravel laid out in the sun. Wasn't there some cartoon years and years ago in which there was an indication of how dry a character's mouth was? It was something like, I don't know, something about being out in the desert as a cotton ball on a day that is sunny, and it kept piling on more and more modifiers to indicate just how awful it was. Maybe Looney Tunes would have sand pouring from their mouths. It may have just been that. I remember the cotton ball element, the person describing their mouth as being a cotton ball in the desert. Not sure though. All right, my mind is drifting again. I blink a few times to force myself back to reality. Snap back to reality. Oops, there go gravity. Oops, so good. Did you see that President Obama rapped some Eminem the other day? How cool is that? That's what I want for my presidents. Bars, rap skills. The gist of this passage seems related to the art of puppetry, which in itself isn't inherently stale. I casually observe a blobby-tailed creature with an angry human face scribbled in the margins while I ponder the situation. I will make it better. I succeed. I improved the words of this text, talking about iguanas or whatever. I'm nearing the end of the manuscript, which is going poorly so far. Once again, the scribe of the manuscript is taking the most dreary approach to the subject matter. My gaze sticks on an attendant, an infinitely more interesting sight, until he gives me a suspicious look, prompting me to go back to my text. The passage itself is related to religious studies, which would interest readers had it been less stilted. I consider the best way forward while admiring the marginalia of a tiny knight straddling a snail. I love this. I love this. I love this. Is there a way that we can see this in Google Images? I realize we're pausing quite a bit right now. Knight riding a snail. These are amazing. My life is better for having seen these. So many of them, the mystery of the medieval fighting snails. Like many of them appear to be fighting. This one though, I drew a knight riding a snail. Fantastic. Fantastic. Why is there a rabbit riding a snail with the head of a man? Maybe this is the next topic I should go deep into in my personal research, is what are the snails doing? All right. They said it's going poorly so far. I don't quite get that. But we have +3. Oh, here we go. You have a score of 3 out of 7 towards success. As right now, we have a qualified success. We're not going to fail. We have to get 7 points in one more transcript. Is that this is the last one right now? We're going for the 3. We fail. Failure. All right. Beg Circset purses his lips as he inspects the manuscript. It is indeed a replica of the original piece. Thank you for your reliable delivery. Good enough, he says. Man, out of 3 missions, I had to get 7 points. That requires at least 2 successes on the 2/3 percentage. We got to get our learning higher. That's tough. That's tough. Anyway, we get a reward at the door. I spot the satchel. I gave him the transcripts. We get some food. It's qualified success. Good enough for now. How long until my camp is done? 27 February. Half a year still, or 1/3 of a year still. We can go do some stewardship with a boundary dispute. We can go protect some heritage. While we're here, it is time to evangelize the faith. For that, though, we need more piety. So, I wonder if creating a work of learning would give us piety. It will! All right. Oh, thank you. The camp will show right here also. Very helpful. Learned scholars of beauteous letters, writers from all across the land are directed to the beg of Monzaderon's castle for gainful scribing work. Alright, gotta make a Minecraft. I don't know why I said that. Gotta create a manuscript to help him out. At least we'll get some food for showing up. This time, though, we're gonna do very well. I think I should take other jobs on the way there, as long as the jobs don't disappear. I can't remember if they do. Our stewardship skill is actually above average. Everything we have is above average except for diplomacy. I wonder. Next time we move, I want to see if there are any interesting sites for us to visit on the way. Because if we can pick up diplomacy points just by saying hi to someone, that'd be very, very cool. Alright, we'll help with a boundary dispute on the way. Let's move that camp once more. The scholars, they wander. What do we see? So up this way, there's a point of interest where you become a traveler seeing the Rainbow Mountains. Over here, a warlike court for martiality. Here, more traveling. Nothing involving diplomacy right now. It would be a bit of a wander to see so many lovely places. But for right now, we'll stay in our territory, hopefully doing a halfway decent job. One minor danger, that is fine. And I can't yet... Oh, I can't scout for talent. I thought you only got that once the campfire was done. My apologies. All right, we're looking for people. Anybody? Anybody? Peak snail marginality is 1300. Thank you, Brickette. I'll definitely check out why there were snails in the margins. I love it. All right, an experienced arbitrator is sought by the Aga of Alamut to settle a boundary dispute. We need education in Persian law. Sure, I know that. Only thing I know better, bird law. Expert in bird law here. Speaking of which, those of you who watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia, have you seen they're doing 2 crossover episodes with Abbott Elementary? This really wholesome sitcom. It's gonna be the weirdest thing. They're both set in Philadelphia, of course, but as you might know, Always Sunny is this brash, vulgar show about some of the worst people in the world. And Abbott Elementary, again, is this very sweet show about teachers trying to work together to make an underfunded school better. I cannot wait to see these 2 episodes. Gonna be an interesting clash of very different, not clash, maybe clash, coming together of different perspectives. All right, this 16-year-old's gonna go settle some boundary disputes. Let's do it. Let's do it. Arbitration, the crumbling walls. The underlying problem in Alamut is quite apparent even from the rotting gate. The walls are in a terrible state. That rhymed. The main problem seems to be not recognizing this, but figuring out who here will pay to restore them. An expensive proposition that everyone agrees is necessary, and also someone else's problem. Aga Estefandiar is at pains to let us know our coin depends on calming this situation quickly and quietly. So I could say I'll try to resolve this. We're likely to fail. I could say I have no servants to help you. I have no porter to help. May I get a porter while we're waiting here? No good doctors. Porter is not a position we currently have, unfortunately. Might be in a different kind of camp. Or I'll put my mind to it. So gain 50 stress to do this as well as we can. At the age of 16, all we can do is struggle through. Browbeating the people of Alamut into line requires a heavy mix of yelling, cajoling, and guilting. So I thought we'd be leading a nice conversation. Nope, it's a little bit of carrying on in a loud voice. It's tiresome, weary work that wears on the mind, but one by one, the local magnates fall into line and bitterly agree to pay their fair share. Perhaps not an elegant fix, but if it works, it works. The Aga is happy enough with the solution, gladly handing over the coin. Another happy patron. Mission accomplished once more. Woo! Woo! 91 money. I guess we'll go ahead and do another boundary dispute. Time to pack up the camp again, which I believe you do this button also. Move on forward. They want to go through this area. This is non-passable. So we'll hit the protect heritage on the way. I'm absolutely delighted that we are discovering new kinds of missions. You will recall that one frustration we had in our first playthrough as an adventurer was we just got the exact same mission over and over again. Go yell at some peasants to convince them that they are under some lord's care, and it was really, really repetitive. So far, these are more fun. We'll see how it goes. Beg Namwar seeks the aid of fellow Delamites or any other who will advocate for their rights with Ataberg Enoch Yagbu of Tarbistan. Okay, so this local count equivalent wants us to insist to this poor, sick duke that people who are Dalamites are worthy of having rights also. So we ourselves are Persian. We're not that kind of culture, but we believe in equality before the law. We believe that people should be treated well. So let's go ahead and have a little speech here. A group of Dalamites enter my camp, wishing to speak with me. Greetings, adventurer, starts the eldest of the bunch. We come from Riyan, a nearby land, where Beg Damwar of Nurian's rule is just, in accordance with noble Dalamite traditions. A few shy cheers of Beg Namwar's name distract the elder before he continues. I definitely imagine the Monty Python peasant rejoicing. Yay. However, his liege, the Atabeg Enoch Yagabu of Tarbistan, is a foreigner and ill-accustomed to our ways. In the name of Beg Namwar, we plead, aid us in guaranteeing cultural freedom under Atabeg's reign. So number one, I could try to use a hook against him. I have no hook. I'm guessing if I had done a job for the Atabeg before, I would have been able to then insist that he treats his people well. I've never met him though, so no possible relationship there. I could say, let's have a legal interpretation scheme and convince him to protect his people, or an open dialogue instead. So we know full well that we do not have good diplomacy. We know full well we have very good learning. So it's time to talk about the law. I reach a quorum with my compatriots. We, of the Summoners of the Faith, are best suited to aid the Dalamites by engaging in legal interpretation. Like all bodies of law, the Tabaristan Code must have some obscure rules and exemptions, one of which could be made to accommodate Beg Namwar's people. They just need to find something they can wield. All right, we're here to earn. If we do that, we get our best efforts. A little slower, but a better chance of succeeding in this thing. Number two, sooner we're done, sooner we're back on the road. If we choose that one, it goes faster, but it's less successful. And lastly, let's get on with our task. No, we're gonna go a little slower, but a better chance of pulling it off. We're a diligent so-and-so for sure. All right, I have 5 possible agents with 2 people. What is Amira best at? Mira is best at, holy moly, he's a theologian too. Right, he convinced us to change our faith. He must be very good at that. Excellent. And then number 2, what is our uncle or something best at? He's best at writing down some things. All right, that is what we got, unfortunately. Looking like 43 is the top of it. Oof. So this is the part where I wish I had more people in my camp. Literally anyone filling these roles would help a little bit. But for right now, we wander alone, doing the best we can. Wait. I forgot that you could visit castles and hire people. Now, these are warlike people. We don't really want warlike people. Temple visiting is what we want. For right now, though, having anyone to hire would be good. Few places are majestic as a castle, and Ruyan is no exception. Dynamite troops and banners are visible everywhere in the city. As we pass through the main gates, I spot a handful of guards peeking up from the embrasures above. They don't look like this. They peek through the... That's okay. And they yell things about English kniggets, I believe. Taking in the sights and smells of the place, I quickly find my bearing on the new occasion. So we can go to the castle. We can mingle with locals, go somewhere else, or be done here. Let's go to the tavern and see which of you might be willing to join me. Maybe we'll find a Strider here. It's brimming with activity at the tavern, a storyteller seated by the fire up front, so a gathering of shabby chums pass through the server for tea. At the corner, a fetching minx. What happened to your zealotry? A fetching minx, they say. Sits seemingly bored. I take a few steps into the bright and warm room, pondering what to do first. Hello, minx. That's a terrible thing to say. All right, who shall be recruited this day? Hello, ladies. One's a giant. Are we really doing this again? Oh boy, oh boy. Approaching the crew of unemployed Dalamites, I raise my voice and address them directly. I'm looking for some skilled, reliable people to join my camp. Who among you are up for that task? The interested parties introduce themselves as Argavan the Prudish, Farnaz the Insatiable, and Donya the Philanthropic. I eye the candidates up and down, that's creepy, trying to decide which one to recruit. Well, I guess we're a 16-year-old boy after all. Are you the Prudish? Argavan indeed. So she's 11 in learning. She has some diplomacy. Fickle, vengeful, chaste, and wastes all the money. She is a Muslim. She's a different culture than ours. That could be good. Number 2, Donya Arfudi. Has good learning, has a bunch of diplomacy knowledge, and is a little bit into herbs and tea and so on. Or number 3, the one with the natural benefit to selection, Farnaz, the angry, big-eating, fairly good at fighting, good at strategy giant. Oh boy. Oh boy. So my normal desire for a giant is interesting to me because this would be the best fighter we'd have. Now, do we need anyone vaguely warlike for the current scheme? A bailiff is good as being a just overseer. The Justikar is good with learning and diplomacy. So, in the moment, she is not good at the current intrigue. She would, though, be our greatest knight. Oh, the question is, does our brand of Islam allow women knights? The answer is certainly no. And so yes, the correct choice here, unfortunately, is Donya Afroduni. She is wise, she is well suited for telling our story. I'm sorry, Giant, not this day. 114 money for this? Oh my goodness! As she is the most expensive character. Welcome to poverty just for a moment. Alright. Alright, so we have a person in our camp now. She will immediately join this. She gets 18 to that. 3 to diplomacy? Wait, you're a Grey Eminence. She's not able to be a diplomat. On Justikar, she'll give 18 contribution instead. So either Bailiff or Justikar. This is faster scheme length. This is better chance of successful, so it should be our bailiff too. Welcome, Donya! Up to 61%. That is definitely more better, more good. And hopefully we succeed, because yes, indeed, we got no money. In the tavern, in the city, I could sell things. Do I own anything? Genuinely no. We are free of material concerns. I could hear a story. And then Finn, in his rage, turned to stone. His dreams of destruction were never realized, and so the cathedral still stands to this day. But that's a story for another time. The storyteller gives a mysterious smile, leans back in her fireplace seat, and takes another sip of violet charbon. I worry that her leaning back in the fireplace seat will lead to her burning herself to death. I could say I like that. I could say, were I eccentric, I'd ask her how she's doing so well, or I say it's blasphemy. Of course it's blasphemy! No one turns to stone except by the will of Allah for sure. We go to the castle to train with the guards, we can go other places, getting supplies or asking for our jobs. We're fine on both right now, so let's head back. Briefly no money. Don't you worry, the scheme will complete at some point. We're doing our best efforts. Thus far we've not accomplished a single phase. We'll go ahead and speed it up. Seducer? I don't know if seduction is the way of Master Hassan. He's a zealot. Do zealots engage in seduction? I don't know. Number 1, a Muslim play is happening in Ruyan. It's been brought to my attention that Kashyar, a renowned Muslim playwright, and a witch, and he bleeds a lot, and he eats a lot, intends to hold a performance of the renowned work Iblis's Inferno. The price of admission is steep, but it's likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness this play. How much is it? It doesn't say how much it is yet. Or I don't believe in joking about Allah's creation. That's surprising. Being a zealot, I assume, would be good for let's not make fun of Allah. Or let's not have a pleasant time with him. Alright, it's time for piety. We'll see how expensive it actually is. And then, a guide to... Done. A complete pamphlet on the locals of Ruyan and their eccentricities. Alright, not an exhaustive one, but words don't grow on trees. They must be laboriously copied, letter by letter. Now, what to title this little work of learning? Peoples and places, even as a bonus to diplomacy, could be quite good. Prose and poetry, a boost to learning. Plants and animals, a boost to both of them. Or I just write stuff down. I would like the diplomacy. We've researched diplomacy. That is fine and good. As I watch the play unfold before me, it quickly becomes clear why Kashyar is so well known as a literary genius. The prose, the performance, all of it makes me feel as though I'm witnessing the events of the Quran unfold in front of me. I'm there to behold Allah's work myself. Once the play is drawn to a close, I find myself alone with Kashyar. I so wish I knew more of the Quran. I think that this playthrough would be embittered if I were to be able to quote from the Quran in appropriate places. I can do it with the Bible and the Torah, but the Quran I've read some of, but it's not stuck in here, unfortunately. Alright, I could ask him to teach me and to interpret the Quran also, or I can insist that I can write better than he can. Well, it's time for some arrogance, my friend. I can write better than this acclaimed poet. It's been quite some time since I originally vowed to outdo the inferior work of Kashyar, and as the ink of my scribes grows dry, I admire my own work. The Passion of the Prophet is a work deserving of being called a masterpiece by my own humble reckoning. The only question is who should play the lead role? Do I do it myself, or leader is a natural charmer? Why is my second called leader? I love it. We'll look at this in a moment because, friends, another hour's passed. Been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's noon o'clock my time. Time for a quick little ad break of 3 minutes. And when that's done, we'll get back to our game. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having some fun. It's been a good time so far. We're learning and getting achievements and all that good stuff. For now, though, more crossword. And I thank you indeed for your kind company today. It's been nice chit-chatting about this and that while playing our game. All right, to the downs for the first time. 1 down. Beehive, for example. A beehive is a kind of hair style. So it could be an updo, I believe. I think Marge Simpson wears a beehive. That would mean that the black and orange birds are not Orioles, but instead a P in that position. Updo. It'd be hairstyle. What's another word for that? Like a cut, a style. All right, if it's not a hairstyle, Utah is the beehive state. I know that. A beehive is also a producer of honey. It's also, I have no idea. Next up, a Deal Blank Deal Island, an NBC reality show spinoff. I assume it's Deal or No Deal, which is a television show. Site of some tie-ups. Tie-ups are the ways in which one ensures a boat doesn't float away. It could be a pier where you tie up or moor your ship. Regatta leaders. So again with the boats, regatta is sailing. I don't know if it includes a coxswain. Coxswain? I'm gonna say it's coxes though, and we'll see if that's right later. OMG, obsessed, in a drag culture phrase. Well, welcome to the limits of my knowledge. Oh boy. OMG obsessed. It could be like stalker, possibly. Someone who is too parasocial, I don't know. Sends out to viewers. I mean, streams, airs. Sends out to viewers, broadcasts. Okay, casts seem like it fits there. Simulcasts, webcasts, we'll see. French-Belgian River. Oh man, this one's always in the crossword. I can always not remember what it is. I think it might start with an E, though I'm not sure past that. We'll see in a bit. A more faithful, loyaler, truer fits, I believe. Students in studios say. So music students will use studios to practice their instruments. Art students, of course. Painters, drawers. I'm not sure. Director of Atlantics, the winner of the 2019 Grand Prix at Caen. No idea. Meeting that's a make or break opportunity. Make or break. I don't know for sure, but have you ever read about or seen surgeries that involve bones? Like surgeries that are meant to fix people's bones being off by a little bit? They are horrifying. The kinds of surgeons, the orthopedic surgeons who do this kind of work, have to treat the human body like a construction site. And so they like have their drills, they have their torsion, they do things to the human body that seems to treat it very much like a carpentry site. That's exactly right. It's something. If you're not into a certain kind of body horror, do not look into this, but it's fascinating. So thinking of make or break is a kind of like a make the fix or break the person's body, but it's probably not that. Make or break. I mean, it could be like some kind of crafts. You work on crafting together. I don't know. Bueno, I assume it's Sarah. I don't know for sure. Cause for a blessing with 2 O's. Cause for a blessing. Achoo. Achoo. A little sneeze in your blessing. Let's go ahead and do 3 more and then back to the game. Wired internet letters. Wired internet letters. Like an Ethernet cable. Wired internet. Wired is a magazine. It would be italicized, though. I don't know. A LAN, probably LAN, local area network. Stack of things to burn. Stack of things to burn. Something seems absolutely wrong there. I'm pretty sure El Dorado. I don't know. Last one for now. Late start. Something late, probably. I don't know. Late start. Translate. Oh, exactly right. Translate. Like what we're doing in game right now. Very good. The ad break is concluded. We go to our Crusader Kings 3. Welcome once more to this one. We are attempting to write a play that is better than the one that the masters have made. It's been written. Now, who will play the role? Alright, I believe this is a diplomacy check. So I can do it myself against Kashiar. Holy cow, his diplomacy is 3. I didn't realize that. So I'm a 14. Or I can send my champion out. He's an 11. Friends, it is time for us to take the stage. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. We'll see. Wow, we failed. I take a breath and prepare to perform my play, assured it will be impeccable, with me here to deliver its pious message. Be excellent to one another. Despite reciting my lines flawlessly, the expectant faces of the audience quickly begin to bitter and become confused. I keep pressing on, hoping I may at some point regain my momentum and salvage the performance, but it's no good. Before I even reach the end, the theater seat's empty and I'm left to disgrace. Wow, 14 versus 3 and we lose. Perhaps it's not for me. I burn piety and feel very embarrassed. You fools! You impious fools! I will launch an inquisition against you! Brutal, brutal, brutal. Getting piety is the most important thing for us right now, because we need piety to engage in conversions in order to show people our holiness so they join my assassins. A roaring campfire has been built. Awesome. More knights, more good, hopefully. Okay. We are working on a mission right now. I still am short on characters. We'll get to 61. We might want to wait until we have even more advantages, even though it really is just waiting. Because more advantages increases the chance of success. We'll see how math works eventually. What else can we do right now? We can't recruit anybody. We have insufficient piety to evangelize. Yeah. Not really much to do. Oh, we can ask our new follower to change religions. Hello, ma'am. Would you mind being our version of, Oh, we can't. We have to have a portable shrine to drag her to pray. Apparently, we need our icons. Oh, no. Alright, we can't do that. With no money, we're kind of just hanging out for a while. So welcome to the adventurer hangout portion of the show. As always, ask me anything. I will be delighted to hear what you got. We're just waiting. We're up to 6 keys now, so we could fire it. I want to get the 10 keys first. So 4 more times around. We're aging and time is passing. But wait! A figure stumbles into camp, dirty and tired, in need of a square meal. His name is Mir Mardin, he says. He's our religion. How am I doing? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm enjoying today's stream very much. CK3 feels good to play. That's nice of you, though, Gary. Thank you for asking me anything being, how are you doing? There are more like us, he gestures in the distance. All of us let to rot after a petty conflict ends. Our sword arms work as well as ever, but our lot is to wander and starve. We're the only ones left who won't rob the vulnerable for food and valuables. His eyes glint with determination, despite his haggard bearing. I'd rather die. We can use our blade, hire him on, he becomes a champion for us. He's malnourished, but he's a halfway decent fighter, all things said. Again, our religion, different culture, okay, or we just invite him to join us. If we do that, we get friend to old soldiers. Alright, so if we scrape the barrel, we can get some truth more easily. I thought scrape the barrel was only a move for landed people. I'm trying to move this, is not going there we go. Scrape the barrel is indeed only for landed folks, so not useful right now. Join me, won't you? Hooray, more friends. Hey Mar, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Is adventure playstyle a good way for someone new to CK3 to learn the game? That depends on what you mean by learn the game, honestly. I don't mean to be glib with that. But how do I say this? The adventure playthrough is such a different kind of playing with CK3 that you learn largely entirely different mechanics. As I've said previously, and I think I really believe still, this DLC could have been released as a completely separate game, and I wouldn't have been offended by that choice. So yeah, adventure mode's a great way to learn certain parts of the game. It's a great way to engage in making decisions and thinking about the currency side of the game and getting prestige and so on. But if you intend to learn how to play as a ruler, a landed person, it's not going to help too much with that. I think you need to learn each side independently. But they're both fun for sure. Okay, my brand new champion, the guy who just joined us, says, Master Hassan, my leader, I've met the most stunning woman here in Rayuan. He stumbles, he addresses me. Her family will not let us marry without me paying a sizable dowry. He stutters sadly. Please, help me. Again, dude joined us almost mere moments ago. That says he's a new person here. He's better being just a car. Cool. I think of course I'll help and give him 65 money. Hore will join us. She's a Yazidi. It's an organized member of the Milite faith. I don't know this faith at all. The Yazidi believe that God created the world and placed under protection of 7 angels, foremost among them the Peacock Angel. The Peacock Angel at first fell from God's grace, but his tears of remorse extinguished the fire of his prison and is reunited with God. In the same manner, we all seek to reunite with God at the end of many long lifetimes. The Peacock Angel. Wow. I gotta read about this at some point. I've never heard of this. It's part of an Abrahamic faith that says the eternal gods created the universe and 7 angels. First of them is Melech Taus, whom God gave stewardship of the world. So Melech Taus might mean peacock god. Fascinating. Anyway, I can't give you money, man. I can try to help her run away, or I don't care. Alright, I want to make my hunter happy, so let's try to free her from her father's unwillingness to let her marry. She joins us. Welcome, Pore. I can't have you change religions right now, but welcome to the team. More friends. Are you diplomatic? Sure. We filled all the positions. We can now go to 81%. We've taken forever to learn the legal interpretation of Dolomites, Dalomites, whatever they are. Mission accomplished. One more phase. Hey, there we go. All right, we're going to execute this with confidence. Plus 5% chance. I pore over everything I can find of Tarbistani law. Mathrodism canon Olga's principles. Oh yes, I've collected quite an arsenal of precedent and nuance. Explain again, asked Beg Namwar. I must invoke Allah when I raise the matter of inviolable honor, yes? Ah, no matter, our case is stronger than ever. His assent just a formality. The people of Ryun can rejoice. Hooray! A mission accomplished. It took a very, very long time, but perhaps in the fullness of time it was worth it. We got more piety. How much do we need again? Begin the revolution. Craziness. 111 more. 111 more. Agitate the local populace requires us to progress Assassin's Path 15 times, or the Caliph has died, and I'm chosen an ultimate enemy. We'll see how it all goes. Alright, next up, we're going to create a work of learning. Move the camp again, I guess. It costs more food, but that's okay. Can I stop at a temple on the way? Actually, I just barely have money. I need to hold off until I have enough money to recruit someone else. Onward! On we go! Hey, Mike! Mike, thank you for the generous subscription. Keeping that thing going. How's the achievement hunting going? We've gotten one achievement knockout right now. We are learning how to found the assassins. Assassin group that you see in Assassin's Creed. We're taking part in that, hopefully. Take some time. For the first time ever, we've learned about learning. So, do we want to have more zealotry? If the camp temperament becomes steadfast, we're better in fighting against other faiths. Or pedagogy, better learning languages. Or camp scientists, temperament scales by follower with higher learning. We have 3 people with very high learning, so, we're gonna be a theologian. We gotta work on getting better proselytization, convincing everyone to be our faith. How's that going right now? This place right here believes in me. The place where we started is A-okay with us. The rest, though, a little lasso. A little lasso indeed. We're suddenly a cowboy. Good old lassos. Alright. We're not doing intrigue right now. Oh, we arrived. I just tried to start this thing. Alright. Riders from all the land are directed to the Beg of Monzaderon's castle for gainful scribing work. Here we go. I hum as I look around the study. Plenty of scripts, manuscripts, and short stories are gathered here, in neat stacks and lined up on the shelves. A piece of work isn't necessarily judged by length, surely. Even the mention of a single word can evoke complex emotions. But first things first, what size of work do I have in me? Oh boy. Keep it simple. We write 3 chapters. With more chapters, you face an increased amount of challenges. The rewards stack, but so too will the difficulty. We need learning, challenges, and some other skill. If you win 1/3 of challenges, qualified. 2/3, ordinary, all exceptional. Or we go for 5 chapters. If we do this, we might get a skill point. Of course! We're 18 years old, we've studied hard, our arrogance is off the chart. People respond to us with, well, how are you going to do in the real world with all of your learning? You know, the most important question you can ask is, do you want fries with that? Oh yes, we're ready. My creation will be exhaustive. We're going big or going home. I peer down at the blank page in front of me. Words. Why is it always so difficult to start? The pen gently stroking my chin, I carefully ponder what the manuscript should be about. Beg Karin wanted a scripture pertaining to the educational arts. A valid point to consider. Now, where do I start? Alright, he wants education. I dazzled in my wits, 95% chance of pulling it off. Okay, if we go with learning and diplomacy, we get +2 and more money for any more interesting. Military knowledge is just higher chance success, S is for stewardship, learning and stewardship, or instead, a treatise on deception. All right, so 95% chance of getting piety and moving in that direction. 79% chance of getting plus 2 points. Oh, the 21% chance gets us. Why did I make that choice? Why do I believe in myself too much? I think we just have to take the safe option and get our piety and go home. Brutal! As I sit writing, I enjoy some delightful birdsong, finding its way in from magnificent gardens of Amul. The daylight fades outside, and I sit by candlelight in the study, enjoying the hospitality that comes with being a working scribe. Acknowledging this, I then move on to the more pertinent question of trying to decide whether I should keep writing about social skills or diversify. Alright, so the introduction to this book is not so good. We're gonna ask people to skip the introduction and go right to chapter 1. I dazzle my wits, 87%. Terrific. Job well done. So you have 1 victory out of 2 victories for qualified success. Okay. I sit writing, enjoying birdsong. The daylight fades outside. I sit by candlelight, enjoying hospitality. That same event as last time. 79%, 66. So it's going down as I'm getting tired. We stay with the safe option at 79. Terrific! We have a qualified success at least now. We need to get 2 more points for a normal success. We have 5 chapters in total. We've done 3. I think we just choose the safe option twice more. This is the same message as before. Success. And 1 last chapter. Reading through the scribbles, I let out a pleased grunt. What on earth does that sound like? A pleased grunt. I know, like the sigh of relief. Please grunt. Oink, oink, oink. No idea. Relevant and concise, the shibboleth satisfy the begkareen. Plates have been stacking up as I enjoy the last few shreds of hospitality. Now that my work here is coming to an end, are the servants stingier with the food now, or am I imagining things? It's what Tim Allen did, like in Home Improvement. What does that sound? Oh, things are good. More power. I can't remember. But I yelled more power. There was Al Borland who would repeatedly say, I don't think so. What was his name? Was it just Tim? I don't think so, Tim. And there's Wilson, the fellow who had talked to him from the fence out back. That was a great show. Not sure Tim Allen's a great guy, but I watched that show a lot. Anyway, we go for the safe one more time. Our chances are down to 68%. 1 more success. Allah is not with me. What kind of... You had the gall to spend my hard come-by ink and sheets on this drivel? Now wandering in small frantic circles, he rubs his temples. I invited you to my home? My study? And this is what you come up with? I have half a mind to call the guards on this betrayal. Well, I was rushed. We got a qualified success. He did pay us, but it didn't do so well. Didn't do so well this time. These things happen. Friends, I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'm gonna get myself some coffee and water because my throat's getting a little bit dry from the reading. I want to say thank you for being here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Man alive, this is being a good time. CK3 always great. Thanks again to those of you who suggested CK3 earlier and voted for it. I'm so glad we're playing this game. So back in, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes at most with coffee in hand, Let me go put this thing up, my AFK screen right here. I'm going to go and give you some music to listen to, and I'll return in just a second. Thanks a lot. I forgot to mute the microphone. my apologies for returning and immediately clearing my throat into your ear. Usually I mute the microphone when I leave. Well, that's a thing. Alright, hello everybody. I'm terribly sorry. I want to go down in stream history. Hopefully those wearing your headphones weren't too horrified. Hey Klaus, do I ever use whiteboards while professoring? Yeah. So the university here, it doesn't have chalkboards anymore. It only has whiteboards. Those like really awful pens. I have my own collection of whiteboard pens I bring with me to class. They live inside of a little avocado bag that my wife got for me. Yeah, we're a whiteboard school for sure. Whenever I hear the door, yeah, sorry. sorry. Fine enough. Let me get a quick sip of water and we'll get to it. Time Magazine did a survey of inventions of the past 100 years. Readers found whiteboards to be one of the most remarkable. I hate you. Klaus, the minute I read your question about do I use whiteboards, I knew something was coming. And readers found it to be the most remarkable, because you can mark on it and then erase it, and then... Klaus, you know when I say I hate you, I mean I love you, but that one got me better than pretty much anyone recently. When I read the first half, I was thinking, I mean, it's a cool invention, but it's not that cool. Oh, man. Good job, Klaus. Good job. Oh, goodness. Happy day, everybody. Happy Tuesday to y'all. We probably got an hour and a half of stream left. Maybe a little longer than that. We'll see how we're feeling at that point. But it's not uncommon to hear rumors swirling around this, or indeed any camp. Salacious notions and whispers of scandal can pass many a long evening, after all. Sometimes they're even true. This week's rumors are a paradox. There's much talk about the unsavory habits of Donya, but several people claim to smell a rat, arguing she is simply a victim of a smear campaign. Not a kind thing for people to spout purely for entertainment, but then scuttlebutt rarely is. You'll recall that our camp is only 4 or 5 people right now. The idea that 4 or 5 people are all smearing this poor woman is unfortunate. Alright, we can investigate the truth here. We have a 64% chance to pull this off. I can agree with some baseless accusations. If I do that, people like me more, and we lose stress because we're deceitful, but she doesn't like it at all, or we leave it alone. Let's agree with the base accusations. She still likes it enough, but more control of people, more good. We're not currently doing a contract, correct? We're still working on learning a language, almost done. I guess we'll go ahead and head down this way. There are criminal contracts. I mean, I don't know how the assassins work with respect to criminality. I think the assassins are supposed to exist to stop Christian crusaders and so on. But do we also harm Muslims? I don't think so. I can make requests to the 2 people that have helped so far. So number 1 is this local wandering person. Why did I have a request on you? They must have earlier had a title and lost it. Alright, I can ask them for gold. And that really is it. Thank you much. Alright. The other person, Begnamwar, does still have a position. So, I can ask him for a man-at-arms regiment. That would strengthen us, but at the same time, it would cost us money we don't have. They don't like it when you ask for help like this. I don't need anything currently, so I'm not going to ask for anything. I would love to have a knight, of course, but we'll get more on our own at some point. Alright. Contracts available. There are 2. Fighting corruption. Where are they? Up this way? Fighting corruption there and supporting a faction. One moment. Over here. The problem with supporting a faction is my army is 3 people. So, I think we'll not be doing that. We're going to go fight some corruption in the north. We can also stop and ask someone if there are any kinds of contracts nearby. So let's go ahead and pop inside and see what we can find. We visit the castle. All right. My poor hunter is still ill. Poor buddy. Let's go to the tavern. Let's see who might want to be recruited. So every time you go to a tavern, you find someone to flirt with. She's a stunning enchantress. We don't believe in magic. All right. Who can we recruit? Hello, friends. Number 1 is Fokker or Fakar, not sure. He's pretty average, but for stewardship. Number 2 is Pertivinial Buyid. She's a spineless villain, very good at learning, good for the scholars. Or number 3, Kashinar Razagutid. The poet? The poet? This is the guy who earlier wrote one of the greatest musicals of all time. There's a chorus line. There was a god that came down from the sky at the end. That's crazy. How expensive are you? Only 75. So actually, factually, this fellow is the cheapest. If he goes to battle, he will die. Also, he's a bit of a heretic for sure. Possibly even heading heathen. But you know what? Come along, my friend. All right, got a new buddy. Cannot allow him to be a knight. Absolutely. Let me do that before I forget. Here he is. He's our best knight, but no. Disallowed. We'll probably give him a job soon. All right. Are there any contracts nearby? What kind of work are we looking for? We are clearly scholars. There are now 2 scholar jobs up there. Let's head back. That's all good. What job for our new friend? Physician? Oh, Porter could be a physician. That's fun. Any stooges? No. Bodyguard? We could be a bleeder. That's all for now. We gotta save up some money to get ourselves a new building, or upgrade our building. So one job right where we are. Once again, create a beautiful book for him. You will notice that this is the same person we wrote a book for before, and he hated it. Maybe this time he will love it. All right. Maybe a simple one this time. A simple little book of 3 chapters. What should they be about? 95% on the learning. Gotta do that correctly. Or I can try the 80% again to get 2 points. Always greedy. Never lucky. What's wrong with me? I just need to get how many points? I think like 3 points is all I need. Oh, try again. Terrific. All right, we're up to 2 points now. I got some money also. Cat. I gotta please grunt again. Relevant, concise. Chapter 3. I need to get 1 more point for exceptional success. I write a chapter about learning. I succeed. We finally wrote a good book. Begkarin flips to the page of the manuscript, stopping to contemplate a piece from each page. I'll say he turns and gently hands the manuscript to attendant. Have you seen this? I may just place this on display. Such a mind-boggling piece of scripture. Softly applauding, he leans in mischievously. I particularly liked that piece of marginalia. It was a knight on a snail. Well done. Enjoy your rewards, and do let me know if you ever find yourself back in Amur. I proudly stretch a nod. 1 additional wonder in the world. Hooray! We wrote something absolutely beautiful. We got a bunch of money. That is enough to build a new building. We might go ahead and do that. Hello, Ethan. I have no idea what you're talking about, but welcome to the channel. Hello, hello. Everyone loves Snail Knight. Yeah, if there were a game in which I could play this Snail Knight, I'd play nothing but that game for the rest of my life. Guarantee. I need Snail Knight Simulator 2025. All right. Someone invited us to a party, I believe, and it disappeared. Was I too slow in accepting it? Don't see it. We can evangelize again. All right. It is time to go convince people to believe in our faith. Once again, I speak in the name of Allah. 80% chance of succeeding. The crowd is convinced. The faith here has changed Ismailism. We are becoming more popular. People believe in our religion. We have to succeed 15 times in total. I believe we've done 2 so far. So this feels like a somewhat slower playthrough than others, but maybe that's okay. All right, to the camp. So we can't possibly afford an upgrade. I need the what's it called? Icon, temple, altar, whatever it is. What exactly do I need to ask for conversion? It's an upgrade to something again. Not patrons. Upgrade to... Where are you? Hello. Change religions. Portable shrine baggage train. What does getting a baggage train do for us? Find more officers. Cool. Unlocks the head porter. Receive transport contracts. It's kind of boring. And go a little faster, etc. Alright. I don't think there's a way to get more learning contracts, unfortunately. So we're going transports. And eventually we'll get our portable altar. That'll be good. Alright. Raise a building with stewardship. Go transcribe a text. Heck, while I'm here, after doing good work in writing a book, we can now help with a building. The Beg of Monza Duran requires competent hands and craftspeople to supervise, with a Z, a construction project. Materials and fair payment are provided. Our stewardship is above average. Let's do it. Also, our stress is getting up. We need to deal with that at some point. The plans for the construction are perhaps a little lacking in forethought. At least that's how it looks to my band and me. Little wonder as draftsmen ran into issues. Still, that shouldn't be a problem for us. We just need to work out how to actually do it. And we're skilled semi-professionals, or kind of. Alright, get on with the task. We're here to earn, or sooner we're done, sooner we're back on the road. Let's do the job correctly. Alright, my physician is very good at drafting. Same with my poet. Good. The bailiff among us. Random Donia, I like it. Our planner shall be my second. Our supplier shall be my champion. So most of them are incredibly good. Only one is the person makes it go faster. We have a 93% chance of success if we wait for a time. That's gonna be great. Hopefully good success. Also, we're about to learn a language. Learn language success. After lots of hard work, I've finally learned Arabic. Endless hours practicing accentuation, sleepless nights mimicking inflection, countless lessons mastering intonation. It's all worth it in the end. During my efforts, I looked to emulate Arif's accent. I'm sure he'd be impressed with my efforts. And of course, the Bedouin peasants respect me a great deal more. I can write him a letter? Or just feel accomplished. Hooray, more languages, more good. Now, where are the Arabic folks? If I do the culture map, we can see. Alright, so Bedouin are the people who speak Arabic right now. We are in quasi-Persian areas. Are there languages up this way that I don't speak? So the local beg likes me quite a bit. There he is. Languages? Nope, no languages there. Maybe Persian is the languages area in general. Anyone else on our camp who speaks languages? Always delighted to work on languages while we're moving around. The Smarty especially. So who else do we have to join us recently? You! Any languages? No. You! Any languages? No! Maybe. No! Alright, looks like we all speak the same languages right now. We'll find more people eventually. Maybe we'll learn English on this playthrough to make us an even better spy. Perhaps. I'm just gonna go speed 4 for this section. Let's let it run for a time. Raise buildings. I think what we really need to do is get more piety. So it might be worth saving up enough money to go to a pilgrimage just to get piety so we can start converting more people. That said, at 374 piety, I believe we're able to do evangelists again. Indeed we are. One moment. Where are we? I guess we moved over to Mazandaran. I didn't realize we'd moved one. That's good. So once again, we can evangelize here and hopefully spread the good news more and more. I have no idea where we should be spreading it. Maybe in Persia, in our own homeland. But we'll continue spreading with higher piety here. That's awesome. We're supposed to be married. We haven't been on a Hajj yet. Yeah. I think this is saying we haven't been on a Hajj yet, so we've not fulfilled our duties as a Muslim. Maybe our next goal to get more piety. Anyway, the culture is unfamiliar to me here. The customs alien, especially the weird fool. Weird fool. The fools in their food. There we go. It's authentic food. Alright. Is it stewed ferret with parsnips? How do I even know what parsnips are? We could blend with herbs if we were a traveler. I can try my best. It might be delicious. Or what is this muck? I might become narrow-minded. No, narrow-minded. I became narrow-minded. Oh no. All that's familiar is good to me, and the opposite is true too. Mayor Hassan the narrow-minded. Brutal. We can upgrade the camp some more. We did just get our baggage train. Ooh, ah. We do want to get the upgrade here for the portable shrine. It's 60 money. We can then convert people and have a priest. The baggage train opens up a head porter job also. Is anyone worthy of this position? No! Absolutely not. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. One of these days, we'll have some useful people. Today is not that day, unfortunately. It continues spinning. Oh, we're halfway there. We can execute this scheme if we want to, but let's wait till we're much closer to 90 if possible. A hostile following has begun. These two people were in love, I thought. Yes, indeed. My hunter and his wife are currently getting closer to a rivalry. Oh no. Need y'all to chill a little bit. You can have your arguments in the tent. Don't trouble the rest of us. I want to check the camp's followers right now. So one person is totally on board Team Resorty. The rest of them kind of complacent. So I don't know if they become supporters at 60 approval. Everyone else is below 60. Now, at this moment, I'm actually not learning a language. So we could instead just try to sway someone. Or we can spar with somebody. And have I ever sparred with a champion before? I don't think I have. Am I gonna get killed? A non-lethal single combat will commence immediately. We may gain a bonus, ... but there's always a risk involved. Let's try to make nice with them instead. I'm in fact worried that we might get something cut off during our practice. We're a very, very bad personal combat character currently. Alright. How much are we going to Hajj? It's a great question. It's a great question indeed. I want to finish this mission and then we'll look into that. I mean, could we look right now? No, we're currently on the road for this mission. Is that true? Maybe we can just look right now. Let's see. The pilgrimage! You get the Hajj! Alright, the Hajj itself is here, down to Mecca. Looking like $100 at the minimum. $100 dues the start, so we'll see. Thanks for the good question, Phil, to remind me of I really do want to get the Hajj done. I probably should have done it as the very first thing when I had a decent amount of money. Alright, 93%, here we go. Let's build this building. We did! As ever, my band and I are models of efficiency. Construction, swift. The results, sturdy and memorable, and they'll beg Kareen. We'll need to continue our good work. We've given him everything he needs to do that. Weighed down by our well-earned pay, we make ready to leave. The long path ahead. Alright, so at 73 money, we are relatively close to Hajj. We'll have to do one more job successfully, and then we can go have a pray as we're supposed to. I do also want to give myself the ability to convert people to our faith, but it is almost all of our money. I believe that having... well, we'd get piety for free if we make that. I'm going to hold off. Alright, so let's go transcribe. We have good learning abilities. We'll definitely do that. We still have almost full food, so we can continue moving from place to place with no problems. Let's go. And there was something else I was going to do. I don't recall what it was. It must not have been important. Oh, there's so many contracts here. We could ask for money, of course. Right? We could go around and ask the various begs to give us cash. So it's negative 40 opinion on someone who loves me. It could not be any better. Thank you for the 17 money. The other fellow, Namawar, he's kind of so-so on me, so he won't ask for any money right now. Alright, got a contract here. Let's do some transcribing this time and not get weird about it. So here I am sitting and writing. I could embellish it for +3 at 70% or stick to the script, get 1 point. No. I said I was going to do it straight. We'll do it straight. Just because I need the money. Every tongue is silent. The passage is boring. I write a little bit more. It's so boring. There's a long-fingered reptile. We stick to the script. It's done. It's a replica. It's plain. It's boring. Thanks for the 30 money. Alright, we have what we need for the Hajj now. We've been a competent and diligent worker. We could move the camp. We could move the entire camp down to the location of the Hajj. How much food would that take? Happy winter, everybody. Mecca. Only 3,294 food. So definitely more than we could afford. So the camp will stay back here. And we will go for a walk on our own. The pilgrimage. The Hajj. Now, we could mark other locations on the way down. There's some major danger in this area. Control is very, very, very bad. So, there's nothing I can do to help with that, other than possibly choose a caravan master with better safety overall. The current one gives +10 safety. We can get a +11, definitely not worth the trade. So, we can try to choose better locations through. Unfortunately, it's all looking a little rocky right now. Alright. Let's construct an interesting route. We'll be a little bit slower, but that's okay. So I want to go this direction instead to get the traveler bit there. And then also a little bit of martial experience. We can hit that. We could go visit the Friday Mosque. So many things to read here if we go through all these locations. It'll be fun though. Instead of going over to here, let's go here first. And then there. Actually, no. The path back will fix that. We could hit the high seas to get across. Do we just trust the prophet to protect us? Or do we cut across this way instead? These areas are green and happy. So this is a long and kind of ridiculous hike, but it will allow us not to be endangered as we go. Allah rewards thoughtfulness, curiosity, and the rest. Okay, we're gonna hit this thing. The northern pass is less terrible. Let's again head to the north here and hit Al Medina. And that's that for right now. There's one area of profound danger. It's on the way back, I believe. I believe this is the big angry here. It says only 11%. Maybe that's not the worst location. Oh, it's this one right here, actually, at 57. Okay, let me modify how I'm doing this. So I want to pick up Firim. And then go this way. And then go this way. And then, it's very awkward, go... Oh gosh, what have I done? Alright, something weird is happening. So Firim happens here. Whew. So Firim, go back, go down, go over. Ah, I see. Get rid of that. There we go. So the big danger's not there anymore. There's 6 mediums and 12 other dangers. 9%, not a big deal. The walk there? Wait, what's this? Something is very confusing. We'll figure this out there. So there we... Where's Kurash? Okay, we go into this one. We follow this. Wrong direction. We follow this one. Okay. That's wrong. There we go. So we go down over to here, hit nice places. The big danger's on the way home. We'll figure that out once we're heading home. My friends, I give you the march to Mecca. Alright, what do we want to do on it? We engage in reflection, altruism, or zealotry. Zealotry to share our faith, altruism, make people's lives better, or lower stress. Stress will get lowered once we're there. So, I'm going to go zealotry. Are we a pilgrim? Are we obligatory going fast? We'll be pilgrim through and through. And lastly, how much pomp comes with us? We're humble. It gets very dangerous. We get more piety. It's appropriate. We bring our bodyguard and such. Lots of people or a throng. We'll do the appropriate amount of people. Now, honestly, before I leave, I should have done the try to convert the locals. But I recognize now that if I cancel this, I'll have to redo the entire trip. So we're going on the road, and this will be inaccessible now. Son of a gun! It's fine. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Look, Mom, we're on the TV. All right, the Hajj, a roadside shrine. At a fork in the road outside Larjan, a forlorn Ismaili, this is my faith, shrine marked with a shahada stands amidst the rocks. A niche shelters humble offerings left by travelers and locals, surrounded by the remains of countless candles now extinguished. My caravan master stops to pray as my physician rolls her eyes. We have to figure out what to do to engage with this shrine. That will happen after the ad break coming right now. Been live for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Time for a quick 3-minute break for another 57 minutes of stream content. That's a fair trade, I do hope. I appreciate you hanging out with me. YouTube, you're getting an ad this time, so I remembered. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. Thanks for the follows, subscriptions, and all the rest. It's been a very fun day on stream. Got at least 1 more hour of stream to go. This is a game I could easily imagine just playing and playing and playing for a very, very long time. It's a game that gets deep in the soul, isn't it? I'm sure many of you have the same experience with this one. Okay, quintet in so-called super volcaic words. I guess words that contain all the vowels are super volcaic. Vocalic. Any no examples of these? You're welcome to look them up if you know them, but what are words in English, I assume, that have all the vowels? 1968 Jane Fonda film, which she later said, quote, could have been a feminist movie and just as sexy, end quote. It's Barbarella, I believe. I've never seen it, but Barbarella, maybe. The word pneumonia and sequoia have them all. Salty is very cool, thank you. Pneumonia, all the vowels. Sequoia, all the vowels. Cool. And those are originating in different languages, right? Pneumonia is Greek, I think. And sequoia, I suspect, is a native term. Cool. Elizabethan interjection. Is it phi? Phi, 'tis an Englishman I smell. Maybe, we'll see. Rotter or Raider of Ilda, of early SNL fame, Gilder Radner. There we go. Buenos Aires to Santiago Dirección. So this is going to be a Spanish term for a direction. It's norte, certainly. Ambidextrous and precaution. These are great, Thor. These are great, Salty. Thank you all for looking up words that have all the vowels. Love learning those. Subject of Mahmoud Darwish's To Our Land. Yeah, no idea, unfortunately. The across, though, is fraternity letters. Is it size? It might be size. We'll see eventually. To Our Land. I'm assuming it's something to do with, I want phi's instead here. I'm assuming it's something to do with some nation. Oh, is it Palestine? It's Palestine. Got it. Okay. Showtime is air date. Good. So size... Well, phi's could still be right. I threw in the word casts here to send out to viewers. And I said it could be broadcasts if Orioles is wrong. I think Orioles is right, so who knows. Palestine, very good. It shouldn't be taken. It shouldn't be taken. Other people's prescriptions. Things that don't belong to you. A closed road. It shouldn't be taken. I'm unsure. Fans and followers. It's devotees. I've yet to refer to you all as my devotees, but, you know. A haddock relative. Haddock's a kind of fish, I believe. I assume a cod. I was pretty sure that Argo won in 2022. Do hogs and haddocks have them doing themselves? I mean, look, at some level... all animals are relatives, and so hogs and haddocks, I'll take it. Blank War, 1899-1902, conflict of the Boer War, so Argo is actually absolutely incorrect. Oh, it's Coda, Children of Deaf Adults. When was Argo, friends? Was it 2021? Not sure. We're going to go and do 3 more and then back to the game. It was 2012? Argo was 2012? I am so old. It's like 15 years ago. Oh boy. Oh boy. Crisis of the faith. Crisis of ourselves. Oh, that feels bad, team. We're gonna have more and more of these. We're gonna have more and more of these moments the older I get. Oh gosh. As I've said before, I think for me, everything after 2007 or so, when I graduated from undergrad, basically everything after that feels really jammed together. And I don't quite know why that is. Like, I can pick out individual things, but I just don't have a good sense of when things happened after undergrad. It's strange. Anyway, Egyptian Christians, they're Coptic, surely. Wait, Copti? It's the plural. Copti, I think, is right. We'll see. Last one for now. Some concerns for dermatology. It's cis. A hard-boiled detective calls his pistol Roscoe? Is this a particular character, do y'all know? Like some particular detective says, hey, let me show you old Roscoe here. I don't know that one at all, but cis is definitely right. Okay, good progress. Cop tie. Is that right? I think it's not. We'll come back to that later, I promise. Okay, ad break for now is done. Play break is back with us. Age docs, I often mention I was born on August 9th of 1983. Because I have to put that on Steam. When Steam says, how old are you? I must tell the truth, or Gobbin will ban me from it forever. Mistype on cis, thank you. That explains something if I got it wrong. Whoops, wrong button. Cis is mistyped. Oh, of course it is, thank you. Thank you very much. The double T there made no sense for me. It's a Roscoe snub nose revolver. Brief check on this. Must learn things. Roscoe pistol? Okay. This is a kind of weapon I've definitely seen old PIs have. It's still misspelled? Well, a sec, what was that? S. Okay, we're gonna fix it this time. SY or CYS TS. I apologize for being incompetent at solving the crossword. Appreciate y'all. The Heritage Roscoes are tribute to the legendary gunfighters of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. The hard-boiled detectives battling mob crime, the movie sleuths, and even the real-world cops that era all had something in common. They carried a revolver. The Heritage Roscoe is a recreation of those guns, featuring a deep glossy finish, classic style grips, and available at a 2 or 3 inch. The Roscoe is a fine choice for reenacting your favorite noir films or for defending yourself in the real world. Yeah, definitely the kind of gun that I imagine a detective carrying. That said, I'm relatively sure what I'm about to say is true. I believe it's the case that average Japanese police officers carry revolvers. Now, of course, there's like the special forces and the defense force and so on. Let's see. Japanese police officer gun. The new Nambo M60. Yeah, it's a double action revolver. I don't know what that means. But yeah, the average Japanese police officer carries this kind of thing. Also, it's always attached to their body with this kind of cord, I guess. So I don't know why they chose to do these. The production ceased in the 1990s. We occasionally joke that Japan got stuck in 1992. This is more evidence of the same. Production ceased in the 1990s, but still a standard firearm carried by the law enforcement officers in Japan. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, man. Alright, so Japanese police started to receive service firearms from the Allies. Yeah, it's almost certainly this tradition started in 1950 or so, and they just stayed with it all the way through. I love it. I love it. This is similar enough to what the standard fact about Purple Heart medals in the U.S. That so many Purple Heart medals that are given out for people injured in combat were manufactured in World War II. That even today, the Purple Heart medals that are handed out in the U.S. military are those same ones that were manufactured in World War II. It's crazy. It's crazy how this stuff works. Anyway, we found a shrine to our faith. I can give it 5 money for some more piety. I can say, don't mind if I do, and steal from the shrine. I can tell the infidel to quiet on down. Poor here who will not change religions yet. Or let's not dawdle. Of course I give money and gain piety. That's what we need for sure. That's what we need for sure. We visited Mount Damavand. Okay. I think this is going to go away before I finish reading it. We'll see. A great snow-capped pinnacle steeped in, yep. And then went to Baduspan. Alright, so if I go to the economy map, I believe I can see it. Mount Damavand is a great snow-capped pinnacle steeped in ancient lore. Mount Damavand is said to be the prison of the monstrous tyrant Jahak, where he will abide until the end of the world. The dude abides. Many heroes of old have performed great feats on this mountain, and to those who travel there today, its mighty presence seems to touch their very souls. A dormant volcano, its slopes dotted by hot springs, where weary travelers can stop and relax, pondering the deeds of the ancient. Does anybody know which faith or culture believes the story or teaches the story of the tyrant Jahak? Is that a religious demon? Is that a natural ruler? What's going on there? We got a new perk in learning. Good job. Pilgrimages are cheaper. Whoops. Should have taken that one before this pilgrimage. We can proselytize the locals while traveling. All right. I wish we had the opportunity to start this travel over. I guess we're not too far out, so we could do that. I just don't want to draw everything. We're visiting the capital of the Persian Empire. Hello, Persian people, just passing through. Also, we're now a traveler, so we're getting wander points by heading along. Our next stop is going to be the Grand Mosque. It's just a standard holy site. We spend time with God. Is Zoroastrianism? Yeah, no surprise there. In that area, I assumed it was Zoroastrianism, which is a fascinating faith. I don't know that much about. What I know about it is that, Nietzsche's book, Thus Spake Zarathustra, is about the founder of Zoroastrianism walking around and troubling people with hard truths about the world. And I don't know how much Nietzsche knew about Zoroastrianism. He was definitely focused more on Greek traditions in his schooling. But there you go. Freddie Mercury is Zoroastrian. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Baha'i and Zoroastrianism are two things I wish I knew more about. I have like the Wikipedia sense in my head, but I wish I did a deeper dive. Back in undergrad, I got very close to trying to go to grad school in religion instead of philosophy, because I find religion to be one of the more interesting and amazing technologies that humans have ever created. And yeah, I really wish that, sometimes I wish I'd gone to religion for my PhD, but it is the case that the market for religion PhDs is even worse than philosophy, so perhaps not. It's fascinating stuff, though. I really wanted to go to University of Chicago and study with Martin, somebody who's there, who has such like a very humanistic take on religion I love so much. Anyway, it's no joke out there, this man says. What do I got my PhD on? Philosophy, namely history of American social-political philosophy and related topics, community, and so on. Anyway, a local guide offers me his services or a map. The map is our first item ever. We go faster, we go safer, people like us more, and we can carry more food. How expensive is it? 50 money. There's no way we fix that for a very long time. I could hire him on for 50 money. Let's invite him to help us in this area. If we do that, we get well guided, we're a little safer, or we have no need. We have no need. We get lost briefly, but that is okay. Next up, passing a university. It's 1070 and universities there. A message for our Hajj. Safety in numbers. As we make our way through Isfahan, we're approached by a Persian commoner claiming to be the leader of a group of pilgrims. Good master, we've been on the road to Mecca for weeks, but the roads are dangerous. Now we're short on provisions. We'd be forever grateful for your support. Well, I have a little food and you have no food becomes we have a little food. The dangerous thing is on the way. John Steinbeck, Grapes of Wrath. The more the merrier. Have some coin for troubles or go away, peasant. So this person will join the camp. He's not very good. He's not a true learner like we are, but he can protect us. Come along, my friend. More friends, more good. He's now our champion. Does he line up as a knight as well? We have one knight spot open, and he's at the bottom. He will join us. We visited the Friday Mosque. It's the Jama Mosque of Isfahan, built in the Umayyad dynasty. The Caliph... I was reading that. the Caliph personally made a pillar in the mosque. Before becoming a mosque, it said it was a house of worship for Zoroastrians. Anyone know why it's called Friday Mosque? Is there a special relationship to the day of the week? Does Friday mean something else? I know Friday, gotta get down on Friday. We're ready for the weekend, etc. Good old etc. One on the way we're missing, I believe. We'll see, though. Friday's a big day for prayer in Islam. Cool. Good to know. The high altitude and the brisk air of Dizful is a very refreshing quality as we traverse the local hill fort. The soldiers in the valley below appear to be practicing some type of training I haven't seen before. I move in closer, failing to restrain my curiosity. Someone asked, would you like to join, my lord? So unfortunately, this is a very expensive event. It's only $5 here. Okay, so it's scaled for being an adventurer. It'd be the last of our money, but we could become a better fighter, or I can spend money to train my best knight. No, I need the money. I wish I had more, but hopefully we can give our cash to part of the Hajj. Hopefully the widow's mite counts. Next up will be the Great Mosque of Samarra, completed in AD 851 by the Abbasid Caliph al-Mutakal, I don't know, who reigned in Samarra. Its most prominent feature is the Malawiyah Tower, a magnificent spiral minaret, which towers towards the sky at an impressive height. Man, I want to see all this stuff. I know some of these things still exist, and it'd be so cool to go see, wouldn't it? Oh, we cannot go everywhere. We're planning to go to the north of Japan this winter. Maybe see some snow. Unfortunately, going in December, we've told it's often very sleety and slushy, as opposed to good snow. Good snow comes in January and February, but I'm gonna be teaching that. Also wish to go to Taiwan soon. I think Taiwan might be our spring or summer trip next year. We'll see. As I continue my holy journey, I encounter a woman by the roadside, caked in filth and wet with tears. Are you happy now? You've taken everything from me. How am I to go on in a world ruled by a creature as cruel as Allah? Clearly she's desperate and having a crisis of faith. Come on, Job, you can do it. I can offer an alternative perspective, helping her to convert to our version of Islam. I can invite her to join us on the holy journey, or tell her these are Iblis's tears. Good snow in Hokkaido only in anime? Or in February, I swear. Better chance of converting her directly. It succeeds, she's our friend, we are more pious. But then we reach the royal quarter of Baghdad. Passing through the gates of Baghdad, it's hard to not reflect on having reached the traditional center of the Arabic-speaking Islamic world. You will recall that we do speak Arabic. At the outskirts of the inner city, I found myself surrounded by minor palaces, kitchens, bakeries. Towering above us all at times is the green dome of the Palace of the Golden Gate. My caravan leader muses thoughtfully. We could spend time here to study their customs, so we're not in any great hurry. This is fine. We can try to learn what we can. A 33% chance of gaining great insights as a guest of honor. We can then start a feast here. A 52% chance of learning stuff, and then a low chance of bad stuff happening. Or we can enjoy it all and spend 50 money, or I will not waste time. Let's try our best to learn here. We gain, holy moly! We become a guest of honor. We showed off beautifully. People love us. It's a perk. It's a perk, so it must be inside of this thing. Guest of honor. There it is. So now, if we have an obligation for doing a job for someone, we can then say, feast for me. Feast. I want to eat some food. Oh, it's amazing. Anytime you can get a perk more or less for free, it feels good. We've passed through the House of Wisdom. It contains a vast collection of books, and the scribes therein work tirelessly, day and night, to translate even more great works of literature. The sources vary from Greek, Persian, Indian, and many more. Truly, it contains the entire world's knowledge, a shining beacon of human knowledge, and comfortably far from the illiterate horsemen of the steppe. I wonder if that's where Aristotle was rediscovered. I know that at the Great Fire of the Library of Alexandria, all of Aristotle's works were lost. Not all. Many of Aristotle's works were lost. And then the Islamic folks, the Arabic folks, had copies. This they're rediscovered there. House of Wisdom, I don't know. We also passed through the ruins of the Palace of Septiphon. An ancient edifice was the ceremonial seat of the Sasanian King of Kings. But silence has fallen over its once glorious hall, and the flowers in the gardens bloom no more. Much material was taken for the founding of Baghdad, and the people have scattered the four winds. Yet an eerie splendor remains, the lingering glory of old. Very similar, of course, to the great poem Ozymandias. Beautiful stuff. That's one of those poems I know and enjoy very much. Rory says that poems are like old friends. It's good to have more of them. I largely agree. I want to actually see if what I said a moment ago is true. I just don't know. So, House of Wisdom, Aristotle. Okay, he said he was visited by Aristotle. That's not what I need. The translation movement of the House of Wisdom was inaugurated by translating Aristotle. Man, I love it. I realize that in the contemporary world, ideas are shared very quickly, right? It's not that hard to engage with someone's ideas from Japan. Just recently, for example, Kohei Saito's big book on environmental communism in the contemporary world, Slow Down, was translated from Japanese to English. Not a big deal. But I love that, in like the year 1000 or so, people are like, oh, what are the Greeks doing? Let me borrow their books and translate them. It's amazing. I just want to see if Lost Aristotle is here. Okay, it doesn't mention it. Let me see. If I do Lost Aristotle Rediscovered, what do I get? The Mystery of Count Lost Words. Here we go. The rediscovery of Aristotle is what I want here. Dun 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 dun. Okay, here we go. Same was not the case in the Muslim world. As part of the plunder from their conquest of much of the Mediterranean region, the Arabs fell heir to the Aristotelian corpus, then recorded on scrolls in the hand of the Nestorian Syrians, a heretical Christian sect. The Muslim conquerors quickly translated the words into Arabic. I love this so much. They stole Aristotle's books. The West lost these books. Like, they no longer had them. But luckily the Muslims had stolen them. The pagan Aristotle became the house philosopher of Muslim intellectuals. I love that. The Muslim monopoly in Aristotle's philosophy radically changed in the 12th century. Owing to context of the Muslim world, European Christians began the process of rediscovering the philosophy of Aristotle and translating it into Latin. Yeah, I absolutely love this. Absolutely love this. Okay, so it seems that it wasn't just in one location that the Muslim world had Aristotle. Instead, everybody knew Aristotle, and the Christians had no idea where he went. That is fascinating. Man, I sure do like learning about history. Earlier someone said, Risordi, are you a history nerd? And I said, no. I don't know. Alright, we got more learning XP by just hanging out. We can now become a religious camp. We gain more piety for every follower of the faith if the temperament is steadfast. What is our camp temperament overall currently? Camp temperament, I believe, is here. It's placated. Yeah, we got to move more people over here. As I said earlier, I should be swaying the people who are closest. Oh, I'm already swaying Amira. Amira has moved to 88 though, so they're fine. Gotta get over 60 on everybody. I love it. God. The hyena struggle. Our journey is violently interrupted by the sound of tearing flesh and gnashing jaws, the desperate cries of a man about to meet his end. The noise is so horrific, it must have come from the depths of Jahannam. I assume that's equivalent of Muslim hell. I actually don't know what that word is. Attempting to track the source, we find a desperate champion struggling with a wild hyena. You will notice that this champion's ability is 1. He's lost 3 due to being craven, and lost 2 due to being wounded. So 3 is his top ability. Brutal. His blade is wedged between the beast's jaws. His grip is beginning to falter. I can order my champion in. I can personally help, or, Allah wins it, or Allah wills it. I'm sorry, the man is consumed by a beast, but who are we to question the will of Allah? Passing University. Next up is the Imam Ali Mosque. It's the tomb of Ali, cousin of Muhammad, and the first Shiite Imam. One moment, reading still. Thousands of pilgrims come to pay tribute each year, greeted by a magnificent green dome of the mosque. We are definitely doing the pilgrimage thing right. It's still a long walk, but this is the sacrifice we've made. If only we could go to the Hajj via airplane. Can you imagine how this has changed things? Can you imagine the degree to which, like, the introduction of faster transportation has really changed the world of the Hajj? Because the obligation of getting there at one point was, all right, once in your life, you gotta go for a big old walk, or maybe have a horse or camel help you. And now it's, you gotta hop on an airplane. Good luck. I wonder if this is in part why the Hajj is so crowded now, and so dangerous in some measure, because more people can get there more quickly. Also, of course, there are many, many more Muslims still doing the same kind of basic rituals. That's how it goes. All right. We've encountered many Ismaili pilgrims on our route thus far. All have been pious and devoted to Allah's will. However, we soon come into the company of a group of strange travelers from distant lands. They introduce themselves as Najatis and tell us the route is sacred to their people too. So we're hostile to these other Muslims. Their adherents to the Najati branch of the Khawarij firmly believe in the establishment of Muslim leadership through the consensus of the faithful. The leader not infallible, but through the community they're chosen by God. My friends, I give you... Who do I give you? I give you the Congregationalists. Absolutely. Democratic religion, boy howdy we love it. Absolutely. So I can insist that only people like me are able to take the journey and convert them. I can ask instead about how they worship, or instead just invite them to come along and see what happens. All right, we convert them. It succeeds. Around here converting everybody. They all appreciate it. Everyone will know the name of whatever my name is. What's my name again? Hassan. Yes, there was once a song, What's My Age Again? Unfortunately, we need the song, What's My Name Again? Hey, Avatar, good seeing you. Clotrica makes sense. Hello, Tea Drinker, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Ruin Rambling. Scouting ahead of the camp, I come across a ramshackle collection of traders. They're gathered around some large but old and ruined building, the remaining ones in good condition having been occupied by the merchants. Their wares fairly standard. Food, being on a well-traveled road that would no doubt attract many purchasers. Yet my eye is drawn inexorably towards the gray, pockmarked walls of the ruins. So magnificent they are. The merchants occupy merely the outskirts, but its dilapidated heart is untouched. We could head into the ruins. We're likely to discover a small trinket, or be safe and just buy some food. Friends, we're gonna go home, go big or go home, not go home or go big. It's gonna be good. Avatar asked if I ever conquered the whole world in this game. No. Unfortunately, once the game gets into especially map painty mode, I get pretty bored with it. Definitely there have been playthroughs where we could have done so. I believe my Norman Conquest playthrough, where we became King of England via William the Conqueror, ended up with something like half the world under our control. Like Alexander, though, we saw nothing else worthy of taking. At some point I might do it. There is an achievement I don't have in which every kingdom and imperial court speaks your language. The easiest way to get that done is to conquer literally all of them. And that way they'll speak your language. But it is something, unfortunately. Maybe someday, but it just doesn't appeal to me, unfortunately. Alright, what do we find? Literally nothing. Well, that's fine. We had a nice little adventure anyway. It was fun to imagine a bit. Next up is the Prophetic Mosque, or the Al-Masjid an-Nabawi, is an open-air style mosque established by Prophet Muhammad himself. One of the first mosques he constructed. It's close to where he lived. Hooray! Hooray! We're almost there! We survived a long march. We got more learning, got more wandering. So we've almost hit level 1 wanderer on this trip. It's going to take some more wandering back home soon enough. The final location, the Great Mosque of Mecca. It's massive and ancient, and it has the Holy Kaaba. Many great sultans have expanded the mosque and its surroundings since its construction. Every Muslim is supposed to visit this site while on the Hajj. Almost. We've done our obligation. We are a good guy in the eyes of Allah. As I near Mecca, I find myself standing before the Miqat, the boundary between the sacred spaces and the outside world. From this point on, I must enter a state of ihram, undergoing a ritual cleansing and wearing only the prescribed attire. I must also refrain from sexual acts, swearing, and arrogant or rude thoughts. I could commit to it with the utmost dedication. Our zealotry makes that easier, but our temperance and deceitfulness is what we're going to fight against. All right. We're pious. We're trying our best here. We had an excursion from Mecca to the nearby sites. Wandering about a little bit. How lovely is that? Alright, on it goes. We hit piety level 1. Having entered Mecca, my first task was to visit the place of Abraham. This sacred stone is regarded to be a stepping stone that Abraham used when building the Kaaba, accompanied by Ismail all those centuries ago. Hajj goers are all around me approach the shrine and bow their head in contemplative prayer. I should do the same. So I could pray for something bigger, like wealth, prestige, or people liking me. Or I can just contemplate. We think about the Lord. We make sure we're being pious and holy. If we're going to do this thing once in our life, we're going to do it right. My next task is to walk 7 times between 2 holy points, Safa and Marwa, in order to commemorate Hajar's desperation efforts to find water for her son Ismail. Ismail, who later on became the forefather of the blessed prophet. As I prepare myself for the rite, I take in the sight of the Safa and the Marwa, and note the large amount of pilgrims already making their way between the hills from all walks of life. 7 times we think carefully. Piety 2! Nasu Nasu. We just need to get home and burn all this piety on converting people. Here I am, standing in front of the mystical Zamzam well, the one discovered through the dreams of an eternal spring in the desert. Drinking its waters is one of the ancient rites of the Hajj, and as such, it's my next undertaking. The well, while sprung out of intricate stonework, is entrenched with Hajj pilgrims to my left, right, and center. I must push my way through the crowd to advance the sanctified water shared by many. Oh boy, it's delicious. Hope there's no backwash. Do we get level 3? Gosh, I hope so. Time has come for the next rite, the sacrifice to Allah. A special part of the ceremony grounds have been prepared for the occasion. A musky scent grows stronger as I approach the stalls supplying various animals. I consider my options carefully. Sacrificing a large animal like a camel is more pious, while sacrificing a small one is plenty to complete the Hajj. Some pilgrims in the corner seem to have chipped in and divided the cost of a large cow among them. I welcome the part where I have almost no money. So, 63 camels. I become a prophet-like figure. Abundant religious sacrifice in the spirit of the prophet during the Hajj. So we get negative 95 money. That's at least 2 jobs to do to fix. 1 camel's fine. We get camel sacrifice, people like me more. The sheep is okay. Or let's get in on the cow sacrifice. So if we do that, it's only 5 money. We get only a little piety. We get no special bonus though. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's striking to me that 1 camel is 50 money and 63 camels is only 100 money. They have one heck of a buy 1 get 62 at half price deal. We're going bigger going home. As an adventurer, poverty is not the worst thing. We leveled up to being a devoted servant now. We're going in debt for the Lord. Credit cards out. Need you to take your money and send it to me so I can buy a new private aeroplane. Having prayed at the place of Abraham, walked between Safa and Marwa, drunk water from the Zamzam well, and sacrificed to Allah, I'm ready to complete the Hajj. The next rite I must undertake is to cut my hair. Traditionally, men shave all of it off, but dispensation is occasionally granted to cut off just a part, and women are traditionally restricted to just a lock. Alright, friends, we're a zealot. Let's do it all. We gain Hulk for 5 months. The head has been totally shaved clean, a sign of recent completion of the Hajj. -10 attraction. Apparently, unfortunately, no one thinks bald is beautiful. Time to maintain my comb over for the rest of my life. There we go. Look how attractive we are. Got the big beard still. The end of this year's Hajj is near. After 2 days of Rami al-Jamarat, or Stoning of the Devil, I'm ready to complete the final ritual of Tawaf al-Wada and say farewell to Mecca. I'm ecstatic that the pilgrimage has been one, if not the, most devoted pilgrimage through all of time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We need to be careful not to be overly arrogant here. We did a good job on our pilgrimage. Doesn't matter how it compares to other people. This being my first Hajj, I'm pleased to have undertaken the journey to come here, partaking in the rites, meeting kindred spirits. Truly, I feel my spirits uplifted, and I'm closer to Allah than ever before. We have the perfect pilgrimage, 150% bonus piety, and some growth of pilgrim trade experience is not listing correctly. So, may I see the walls again. We gain learning, we gain piety, and we have more faithfulness people liking us. Let's go home. Piety galore, renown. We're a Haji, we're a wise man. We've done a good job. Got a learning trait also. We're now a wandering missionary. We can now convert anyone in the domain my camp is in. Does that include my camp itself? May I finally convert good old what's-her-name? Hello. What you say? No. You can convert people in your domain, but not people in your camp. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. A couple quick things. Who am I currently trying to sway to my side? Alif. He's at 47. We need him at 60. He'll be up there pretty soon. The camp is still placated. Gotta find a way to improve that. Alright, while traveling along, we find out that we should never cross an ant path. Oh no! That's fine. Another path's fine. I just remembered, though, we need to make sure that we're not traveling home in a very dangerous way. So, let's check our route. There's only 3 middle-level dangers, so control has been fixed quite a bit through here. We're not nearly as worried as we were previously. And so we'll just take the path we're on. Praise be to our caravan master. We could head down here to the Tomb of Bathsheba and to Lake Maraloo. A seasonal lake is sometimes merely a dry salt flat. In midsummer, the waters achieve an exquisite pale red hue. Young poets gather at the shore to gaze upon the strange waters and ponder the beauty and mystery of the earth. Is Bathsheba the one who seduced David? Is that right? Let's see. The ancient play, A Tomb of White Limestone, is said to be the resting place of Bathsheba, the mother of King Solomon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Who's exalted by many faiths. A woman entered the site, and only women are allowed to enter the tomb's dark interior. They seldom speak of what they've seen inside. The waters nearby are said to be blessed and can cure those who have been bitten by mad dogs. I know that people who are rabid are somewhat water-averse, water-phobic, but apparently that water is good to go. We can support a faction here. Again, I have only 4 people in the army. Supporting a faction's not super useful, I'm pretty sure. I actually don't know that for certain. It's entirely possible that, yes, indeed, we could do well in supporting a faction and gaining some money that way, but I need a proper army for this. Truly! You don't think Bathsheba seduced David? It's a very patriarchal interpretation. I'll tell you honestly, I've not thought about this at all since I was like 12 years old, sitting in a pew in my childhood church. So I'm absolutely fine with saying I don't have a good interpretation. I've not read that in forever. And I guarantee my childhood pastor would have given a patriarchal interpretation. So I accept my ignorance here, and I'm happy to say that that makes a lot of sense. Truly, a stroll through falls, a gift from Allah. The tranquility of the place is suddenly and abruptly broken by furious grunts of a man stuck in some armor. I can free him for 15 money. I can invite him to join me. He's a military engineer. He would be a, I don't know. he would be a good commander and a questionable knight. I really need the knights right now, not the commanders so much. Because furious grunts instead of happy grunts. I mean, I need followers. I need more people. He's of a different Muslim faith, so he's not going to like me so much. He will like me a little bit if I let him free. But right now, 15 money is more valuable to get us back to solvency. I hope. For now, we just keep wandering. End of stream is getting near, and I'm feeling sad about that, frankly. I can't overstream. I gotta stay on my schedule or I'll burn out, but it's been a good day. Am I on the Elise side or the not Elise side? Do you mean in the game right now? Ismailism is on the Sevener side. Ismail was the 7th Imam after Muhammad, so you can trace it if you want to, but it's not something I know clearly. As we continue through Asumina, my eye catches an elaborately decorated tomb amidst a network of common graves. The tomb is cracked open. Within its mouth, I see a glimmer of some unknown treasure. None but my party appear to be around, and surely whomever once owned the contents of the tomb would not cast judgment on me for taking what's otherwise unused. We definitely should not be a grave robber. Definitely not a grave robber. Though 50 money would be very, very nice. No, not a grave robber. Gotta maintain our sanctimonious quality. If ever we do the wrong thing, we can't tell everyone we're better than them forever. Alright, Amira. My second has gained a title. He is now Amira the Loyal. We do have a lot of piety. I could have grave robbed there, no problems. We're so close to being able to convert people. We gotta go from place to place and once a month try to convert people. If we pull off 13 more times, then we are able to win big. That's right. We visited the Falak O Aflak. Sorry. Ensconced on a hilltop above the town of Koramabad. This Sasanian, of course, where is it? This Sasanian mud brick fortress remains an impressive sight. The inhabitants of the valley call it the Falak O Aflak, the heaven of heavens, for it seems to them to rest on top of the world. With strong walls, they've often found refuge. Mud brick walls. I don't know how mud bricks work. It feels to me like if they got rained on, you have some problems, but apparently that's not how it works. We've seen enough fortresses that we're now able to focus on one point of martiality. And I think Stalwart Leader is just the way to go. We can get some grand tournaments that way, and we personally pick up more strength. The mudbricks get baked. So in their being baked, they become water insoluble or water resistant. Friends, we're finally home. I've undergone the journey of a holy man, and something has changed inside of me. Woo! Woohoo! Hooray, hooray. Thing one while here, it's time to evangelize. In Gilan, we have some Quran passes ready, we tell a story, 91% chance of converting them. Mission accomplished. The religion doth change. So that was Gilan, apparently. Huh. Where exactly do you... Oh, it's a nearby county. It's not in the county you're in necessarily. That is fantastic. That's very, very good. So we have 1 month again. I need to continue knocking out jobs in order to fix our debt. Beg Namwar likes me more now. Will he give me money and not hate me? He has no gold to give me, only 4 right now. And Beg Kareen is, not willing for some reason. I requested a favor of him too recently. Oh, got it. In that case, go ahead and move the camp on down to here. It's a very simple mission. While we go, though, we can proselytize the locals. Tell them all the religious stuff we can do. A well-oiled machine! Our little forest of tents is putting itself up every few evenings. We are very, very good at it. First one, then another. People with tools spread on the lines to help their neighbors in a model of speed and efficiency. This should probably be an intro story, but I'll tell it right now anyway. It's an intro story, never mind. Let me put it on the wheel of stories so I don't forget about it. Let's see here. Disaster, we'll call it. Very good. If you've never been here at the beginning of the stream, you're missing out on the Wheel of Stories, a time when we tell stories and play games based on what shows up on a spinny, spinny wheel. It's all very strange, but it's a time when I get to be a person instead of a game player. Alright, Von Dodd and Pore, who aren't getting along, aid one another. A place for everything. Everything has place. We can ask to help them, we can move them apart, or good to see them getting along. I will ask them if they need help, so we get more opinion there. What a good guy I am. What a good guy. Hope you understand. I'm a good guy. Hey, Dibbler! Some wandering person converted. Nice. Or piety gain. Alright, how long till I can try this again? It's ready on August of 1071. I'm going to mark notify when available, so every month we have a pop-up about it. Turning on a bend, we come across a group of people covered in dust. Tomb Raiders. They hoist burlap sacks that jingle and jangle. They're weighed down by trinkets they've dug out of an ancient building. Times are hard, dear master. Our families must be fed and not doing harm to anyone among the living. Their leader looks up at us with some trepidation. He clearly realizes this does not look so good for them. So I could say, there is no future for those who disregard the past. I imprison him, and I punish people who are poor. I say the master deserves his cuts. They give me some money, or they're desperate. I'll reimburse them if they return the loot. -50 money, but it's the good guy thing to do. Alright, I don't know where we get the money from. Apparently we have a credit card, and, well, it's even more spent on. Here we are at Wareen. We're going to learn about Monteridi rarities. Oh, this is criminal. This is criminal. This is criminal. Friends, this is criminal. We don't want to be criminals. It's send talismans out of little worth. Find a chicken bone and claim it's the bone of a great saint. No. Glad I caught that. We definitely need more missions in this area. So I'm going to go ahead and head inside the city here. And see if I can get some missions. We'll have to burn prestige to do so, but that's fine. All right. Hello, town crier. Money, money, money for being criminals. We like organization, or how about martial duties? I believe of those things, we're slightly better at stewardship. Let's organize things. Hello, may I do your taxes? It's a one there, one there. What's the religion look like? So I believe we've converted this and this. Indeed we have. There is still much more to do. Imami here is not what the religion I thought it was. We're Ismaili, not Imami. I think we started as Imami people. Imami, umami, some kind of mommy. Oh, mommy. We move again. Make sure we're converting and proselytizing. Burns more food. We still have 2,000, no problems. Why no pop-up? Oh, while you're traveling, you can't spread faith. Of course. So the moment we get there, we can go ahead and try to convert somebody. We've arrived. Let's evangelize. There it popped up finally. We have some more Quran passages memorized. 91% again. The crowd is won over. Hooray! I wish I knew a counter of how many times we've done the Assassin's Path. Oh, here it is. I apologize. It's 3. So we can do it 12 more times. If we catch every single timer from here forward, we need to have it done in the next year. We'll see. Once again with the construction project. We do our task. We assign everyone to work. Get to it, everybody. And now we wait. My poet doesn't like me very much. We're deceitful, he's honest. We're the wrong religion, etc. Are they actively working against me in camp? Or are they only displeased a little bit? Someone is actively working against me. Danya, who's infirm and depressed. Well, that's okay. we don't mind her being on the verge of death. You know. Another month gone. Another sermon. 86%. Another conversion. Hey. It's like the point after touchdown. More conversions. Move your cursed tent, damn it. Arif. This is my spot. So Von Dodd and Arif are arguing over tents. How about we just ask them to figure it out? If we do that, neither of them like us. They don't like us being lukewarm. They spit us out of our mouth. So siding with Von Don, we get a hook against him. Siding with Arif. Oh, we lose stress because we're deceitful. That means that Von Dodd is the rightful owner of this tent area. Whatever. Arguing over tents, absurd. Absolutely absurd. The mission's going along, 3%. Oh, we are growing very, very slowly. It should be 10% per turn. We must have started at negative then. Climb! Climb! Okay. So, there's no place nearby. Is that true? 1 second. The issue what again? Okay. So, our popular opinion here is not below 0, or it is 0 below. So the people in one of the areas nearby don't like me enough to change their religion. Is that right? Or is the issue of popular opinion how much they like their ruler? Yeah, it's possible that people here like their ruler sufficiently that they don't want to rile things up. We'll head somewhere where people are a little bit less happy next. That said, friends, it's 2 p.m. my time. I think it's time for start winding down in a moment here. Don't feel great about that. Like I said, I really enjoyed today's stream quite a bit. Let's see. We should probably radio host someone in a little bit here. So then what we're going to do is play a tiny bit more until the ad break is over, which is starting in a moment here. After that, we'll raid some other person, maybe a CK3 streamer if someone's cool is on, we'll see. And then after that, we'll say goodbye. So thanks for being here today. I appreciate if you joining the raid in a moment here, giving that excitement, encouragement, and viewership to some other streamer. We'll probably go for a smaller streamer today to make them really excited. Often when a streamer has very few viewers, they're kind of like disconnected and a little sad, and we bring in our hopefully good amount of people, and they say, wow, I suddenly have so many eyeballs on me. Hopefully take part in that. For the moment, though, an ad break is running, and so we're going to, I guess we'll do some crossword. That seems good. And then we'll come back and finish the missions that are the activities that are popped up, and then we will do the raid. Look at me remembering to raid today. Woo! Right hands maybe are aids. Winter Olympics vehicles. Sleds? No, they don't use sleds in the Winter Olympics. They use skis. They use luges. Maybe sleds. We'll see. Blank de deux. Passe deux is kind of dance, I believe. Ballpark figures. RBIs, possibly. So, like refusing to provide necessary accommodations, ableist. Yeah, if you assume that everyone can walk, for example, or everyone can read well, you're being ableist. Number 2, the general and the cheat for 2. Silent eye. So I assume they're silent films. So they're just called silence? And so Egyptian Christians are called Copts? I don't know that phrase, but okay, I like it. I like it. Terse admission. I did, maybe. Harper's Bazaar illustrator from the teens to the 30s. Oh, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. This one here, Arizona product, Arizona iced tea. I could not remember what it was earlier. Of course, that though. Movie ending. Movie ending. The letter E is the end of movie. So it could be a suffix or a word that comes after movie. Movie. No idea. French state is a top. Back to the top then. Epitaph for an Atlanta Police Training Center that had been protested by a range of justice groups. Cop something. I don't know what though. Defrizzes. Defrizzes. So again, something involving hair. Combing does not defrizz. I think heating might. Getting a perm, I think, does it. No. Perm's the other way. Perm adds curls. Like straightener? Adorned in. Well, I think something is wrong here. Adorned in. Banished. Banished. So annexed is the wrong direction. Oh, you know what? Beehive is a hairstyle. It's also a coif. Fine. So banished is in exile. There you go. The film editors in old industry parlance. I mean, I said they could be the cutters because they cut the film. Seemed likely. Also, this is one of those words that I know they're cluing in an old school way. It feels awkward in the puzzle, though. So wired internet letters may just be ISP instead. Though I assume it could be wireless ISPs also. Not sure on that one. Alright, source of potential harm that's now in nearly everybody's bloodstream. Forehead. Yeah, I was aptly convinced about being microplastics, but no idea. Hawkish nationalist. Hawkish nationalist. I thought, like, war hawk was the standard term. Not sure. Bit of fall footwear. Again, not sure. Something's probably wrong here, because LR ending is really bad. Gilder Radner is definitely right. I do not know the direction of Buenos Aires, Santiago. I put Norte in only because CDT is here. Spanish directions. Sur is south, I think. Este, maybe east. West, I've forgotten. It might be the west one, whatever it is. Okay. Last one for now. Late autumn director Kim Blank Yong. Genuinely no idea. Okay, that's enough for now. I guess Diderot wrote Rameau's nephew. And lastly, word with wine or bar? Dessert wine, dessert bar. Very good. Crossword done for right now. Let's find someone to raid host. Oh, wait, we have two more quick things to pop up here. These two people are being friends. We like friendship. My physician is translating books poorly. I will help her. 100% positive outcome. Hooray. New learning perk will choose tomorrow. All right. We go ahead and exit the game. I'm allowed to save the game? Are we not playing Iron Man? We are not playing Iron Man. Achievements still allowed. I promise I will Iron Man it up for the rest of the game. Don't you worry. Alright, friends. It's fine. It used to be the case if you didn't have Iron Man, you couldn't get achievements. They changed that, though, for reasons I'm not sure I agree with, but whatever. Alright, who is playing a little game called Crusader Kings 3? Hey, look, it's me. Alright, anybody we know right away? Looking like no. Anybody with a webcam? Brendo Innuendo. CK3 and question mark. Sleazy Winky Face. I don't know. 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 Let's just raid a Vok. This person's a longtime friend of the channel. They're playing Factorio, a game that they're pretty good at. I'm not. I know Vok doesn't have a webcam. We like him a lot. When you get there, offer hello friends. Enjoyed watching the video game, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks for the fun. Thanks for a good time. See you again real soon. Goodbye, everybody.
How many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We have enough pipe. We do. We have plenty of storage tanks. Okay.